What is going on, everybody? Apparently, I'm 1 minute late, and sounds like I'm in big trouble. Thanks, everybody, for coming in. I am chilling at the house tonight. I'm a bachelor. My wife took her friend to a Milwaukee Brewers game. Guess it was take your dog to the ballpark night, but I made her leave my dog at home here. You can't see her. She's here being my buddy. But so thought I'd go live, talk some trucking, talk trucking. So who's all in here so far? We got WCF Invader. Ah, notifications keep going off. Oh, oh, my boy got a strike on YouTube. Oh, we got to be careful with them comments. Uh, Apparently YouTube doesn't have a sense of humor. Anyway, we don't want to see a good man's channel get damaged for somebody says in the comments. So yeah. Anyway, what's up, my boys? Let's talk some fuel economy. I'd be down with that. Yeah, that would be a great topic. Uh, everybody drop what you're doing for fuel economy. Hey, it's imperative right now, isn't it? Chalpek says, "You're late, park it over there and I'll call you when we're ready." Does that mean I'm a work-in? Do I pay a late fee and a work-in? That's about how it goes, isn't it? Go sit around back, idle away a tank of fuel and a whole tank of reefer fuel, and we'll call you when we're ready. Uh, is 7.5 mile per gallon good when running 70? Dang, I imagine what you would get if you slowed down to 65 or 60. Holy cow! Provided you're, who know, I don't know what your gear ratio is, but I'd say that's dang good for running 70. You running around empty or what? You bobtailing? Come on, Andrew Ellis. What up? Thanks for coming in. Sterling says he's not wearing any panties until they lower the cost of fuel. Well, I'm not sure that's going to help. But hey, if it makes you feel better, just be careful with that zipper, my friend. Be careful with that zipper. Andrew Ellis, 7 miles per gallon. That's pretty good. John Connolly in the house. Thanks for coming in. Jerome Jones, rich man. What's up? Is anybody a rich man these days? I tell you what, I went trucking a little bit today. Had to go do a couple short things here, and I fueled up. It's been a long time since I put a full tank of fuel in a truck. I mean, I've filled up 75, 80, 100 gallons here and there, but had my first 1,000-gallon or $1,000 fill up. That really sucks, seeing as how I was just doing work I wouldn't even really get paid for, moving trailers around and stuff. But I figure fill it up now before next time I need to fill it up, and it's, whatever, 10, 20, $30 a gallon, who knows, whatever somebody sees fit. Chalpek says no panties saves laundry loads. Got to find some savings somewhere out here. Yeah, but I imagine you're gonna burn through some drawers, some pants. You're gonna damage some pants. You're gonna spend more laundry detergent on that. Oliver 880 says no more trucking. Does that mean you're no more trucking or we're no more trucking? Oliver 880. Incidentally, tractor show is this coming weekend. Oliver is the featured tractor, so I'm gonna trot my happy butt on over there with the Oliver and the Sycamore. And last time Oliver, I almost got featured tractor. They one guy beat me out because he made the cover of a magazine. But I'm hoping this time we're gonna be feature. That'd be cool. I'm gonna take. I don't know what else I'm gonna take. I gotta fire some things up. I'm running out of time. I don't get to work on them tomorrow, so I got Thursday, and I gotta start trotting them over there on Friday. So we'll see what wants to start easy for me. Vic Med in the house. Let's do it. Thanks for coming in. Hey, I'm gonna drop a link. If anybody wants to participate, all I ask is you are not driving and have something to talk about. That's all I ask. We can talk about whatever. Just have something to talk about. Fuel price, fuel economy would be a good topic. What fuel card do I use? I have 3 different options for our drivers, obviously, and I tell them all every single time you're going to fuel, play one against another. Check all fuel prices. Obviously, we promote MUDFLAP. We love it. They aren't always the cheapest price. You'll find with wholesale pricing, Now, my other two cards are one of them's cost plus, and then one of them's just a cents off per gallon. Wholesale pricing can change a lot between chains and markups. Some of the chains are faster to change their markups than others, so you really have to keep an eye on it day to day, because one day we could save 10 cents on MUDFLAP over the others, and then the next day it could be our com data network is 15 cents cheaper. So we use MUDFLAP. I have an EFS card with I don't mind saying that when I have it on the CR England network. So it's the discount it loves, and then TA and Pilot is the main other ones. And then I have a com data card linked to a network that I'm grandfathered into from way back. Doesn't even pay to say what it is, but the discounts are really good on that. So we use 3 different fuel options, and then always cash as an option too. And then a couple of the guys have their own one TVC, like TVC Pro Driver. A couple of them have, and then what's the other one? Boy, somebody help me out here. TDS, TDC. What's the name of that? TCD. I can't remember. So some guys have like 3, 4, 5 different fueling options. And right about now, I highly recommend it, because I tell you what, man, any kind of savings you can get makes a difference. Nomadic Brit in the house, thanks for coming in. Big Rigger 61. What kind of truck problems you have in Big Rigger 61? Did you say you dropped a transmission? What's going on with that? Jackknife TV, just hanging in there. I just watched your video about your cam. The mechanic's telling you got a cam going bad in your, what is that, a 870 model Cummins? I think that's what it was, the dual cam. You pulled the valve covers off, didn't see any wear. I was going to leave a comment, but a smart ass comment, but I thought you might take it wrong. I was going to say something like, yeah, mechanic told me I had a flat tire one time, but I went out and looked and it was only flat on the bottom. So I just said, oh, screw it. I was going to tell you your cam was only bad on the bottom, but sometimes, it doesn't come across the right way in the comments. Shop Fee says, can't afford to wear panties on the price of fuel. Come on. Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking people are going to have to drop their socks from the flip-flops too. Just go straight flip-flop. You can't be afford to be having both on. You got to wash them socks, or just rotate them foot to foot, turn them inside out. It's like rotating a set of drive tires. First you crisscross them, then side to side, front to back, whatever. Man versus Rodenhouse, what's shaking? Thanks for coming in. You guys that are channels, feel free to drop your link. Shop fees. I saw your comment earlier. I didn't respond back to you about. You said you were saving. You seeing between 11 and 14% less DEF usage with the fuel ox. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's and the other measurements, you just got to take over a long time. Measure it quarter to quarter. IFTA, say first quarter IFTA versus last quarter IFTA, or last year first quarter, second quarter versus second quarter last year. Periods of time is all you can do. Andrew Ellis, look at that background, love it. Yeah, you can see here. Let me get out of the way a little bit. Damn, I can't get my fat butt out the way. Regular unleaded is an arm. Unleaded plus is a leg. Super unleaded, you're gonna have to give both an arm and a leg. Diesel will cost you your firstborn and both grandparents if you want to buy some diesel. Mark Cerrone says, howdy, thanks for coming in, buddy. Trucking up, what's up, DIY? Not much. Driving with John. I haven't seen you in here in a while. What's up? Saw your comment. I'll try to get that phone number for you. I don't have his personal number. We were put together in a connection there, but I can try to get that for you. Fate Trucking in the house, channel member with both feet, channel member. Thanks for coming in. TBT USA says, hello, everyone. TBT, don't forget to blame me for high diesel prices. When in doubt, blame me. I can shoulder that blame. MN Trucking, hello. Thanks for coming in. Ryan Peterson says, oh, I'm up against Jay Cannell. Oh, well, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Desert Okie Pam, hey, DIY. Jeremy Sprague getting 9 miles per gallon. Tell us your setup, Jeremy. Truck, transmission, rear ends, type of trailer. all that. Jonathan, we talked about the fuel card. Jackknife TV says, what I'm going to do for fuel economy, only accepting loads that pay for my fuel. Is it a break even at fuel? At fuel? And then anything after that is, hey, keep it. Best thing for fuel economy is get a Freightliner Cascadia. Hard to argue that. It is hard to argue that. Although I know that I hear them Pro Stars, the new Pro Stars I hear do pretty well. But I've never owned one, but I've driven Cascadia. Hard to beat. Get a Cascadia, drive it right. You're probably maybe a Volvo. And Volvos are killing it on fuel mileage too. Hot Seat says only drive in reverse to save fuel. Yeah. How'd you feel right now? If last 8 months ago you went out and bought one of those $300,000 379s or W9s, setting it up to get 4.5 miles a gallon, and now diesel's pushing $7. I'd be feeling a certain kind of way right now. I tell you what, I'd be feeling like that woodchuck I just had an argument with out in the driveway. I'd be feeling kind of like him. MN Trucking says, I'm doing everything Cash is doing, 8.2 on a Volvo 780. Okay, that's pretty darn good. Pretty darn good. Trucking Up says, driving 55 to 58 in my old FLD, getting around 8. That's killing it. Seeing a lot of people slowing down, which is good to see. It means they care. They're making an effort. That's good to see. Still see people flying by at 70, 75. Hey, either they're probably not paying for their fuel or, something else going on there. But it's good to see people being fuel conscious. Jerome Jones, Peterbilt 386 with a C15 midroof, about 5 or 6 miles per gallon. That hurts a little bit. Ryan Peterson, Cash, you going live soon? Cash is home. I sent him a link. He's chilling at the house with the family, getting some family time in, and we'll see him back soon. Oliver says, my combined loads, I'm at 9.6. Damn it, boy. That's driving a big orange truck, ain't it? Hey, I saw today, where's my phone? An article here that Schneider made an acquisition today. Schneider purchased another local company here to me, DeBoer Transportation. DeBoer's been around a long time, and looks like Schneider snatched them up. So we're still seeing those mergers and acquisitions going on. And I was reading Freight Waves just before we started here, and depressing, man. They're saying, let me see if I can find the article. The title is U.S. import demand is dropping off a cliff. Container spot rates from China to the West Coast have plunged 41% month over month. Damn it, that's not only a big fall, but that's a month over month. That's fast. That is fast. They're saying that container imports bound for the U.S. have dropped over 36% since May 24th. Dang. You're going to see a sharp volume drop. What were they saying here? That they're giving all the reasons for it. Inventory glut. Inventories are high. Places are canceling orders. Consumers getting crushed by energy prices, inflation, running out of money. I was reading this, but I'm just skimming it now. And the worst thing, well, not the worst thing that could possibly happen, but it's not a good thing to happen. Credit is tightening. Credit starts tightening, people stop spending money. But don't worry, I saw a thing today that said Congress was floating the idea of giving everybody in the U.S. a $500, like a gift card type thing to make up for gas. So everything's going to be okay. $500. What are you going to do for $500? Fill up your truck, fill up one tank? You got to pick, the right or the left one. And then I don't know what you do about the other one. But even fill up your car, $500. It's not going to go very far. And then what do we do once that's gone? How about if we, say that's $500 for everybody adds up to $50 billion or whatever. We take $50 billion and put it into an effort of bringing these freaking prices down. I don't know. Dominic says, anybody seen MPG gains with a fast system? I know two people personally that have the fast system, and they both were pleased. Good fuel, a little bit of fuel economy increase, but there were a little bit of issues. I'm up here in the Great Lakes states where it's cold in the winter, and both of them had problems with freezing. Uh, the the filters are a little fine micron, and they would gel when they sat. Every time they went to leave home, they had to put new filters on if they sat for more than a day or two. And also, I think both of them burned up a pump fairly quickly. And then I think there was an upgrade to the pumps. I'm just going from memory here. This was, shoot, 7, 8 years ago. But I know they both went through a pump and had to replace them. After that, I don't know. But they did do what they said they were going to do. They did give some fuel economy increase. Debate which is better, the fast or the air dog. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have perfect personal experience with the air dog, but I hear good things about it. I hear it's a better pump, but I don't know for sure, and I don't endorse either one. So, Chris Bryant in the house. Thanks for coming in. Mark Cerrone struggles for 6.6. Okay. All right. Driving with John says, I'm running 7.5 to 8.5. Damn, with a 2014 Mac running light loads and 65. Hey, you're doing pretty good with that truck. That's a good fuel economy for that truck right there. I tell you what. Sterling's at 7.8, 66 miles an hour. And that's I know where you're at. There's mountains out there. But that's a Cascadia. So I had to chuckle. I was watching one of your videos. Was it this morning or yesterday? Or it was a red light rambling video. Everybody check out Sterling's channel. He does these red light ramblings. And the camera's behind him. I'm watching him drive, and he's grabbing gears and shifting, and I'm like, back in my mind, I'm like, when's the last time I watched somebody's YouTube video and they actually had a manual transmission? It's like everybody's got an auto shift now. I don't know why I have manuals. I've always had manuals, but just struck me as odd. I'm like, I haven't seen that in a YouTube video in a while. So that was pretty cool. Grade 8 Transportation says, checking in from home, protesting low freight rates. Decided it was more worth time to finish our move. Are you moving on up to the east side? Where are you moving to, grade 8? Are you staying in the same state, or are you coming back home? No heavy. WCF Invader, no heavy nearly all the time makes me feel better. The highest I was getting was 8.5 running 60. Got side skirts put on with flow below, trailer, and tractor kit. Not sure the flow below is doing much. Okay. I tell you what, I have trailers with the side skirts. It's about half and half. What do I got? I got 1, 2, 3. I got 3 trailers with that under tray system, if you know what I mean, the smart truck, where it's that wedge underneath the trailer. And then the rest of them have side skirts. And without exception, the trailers with the side skirts do better. The drivers say they get better fuel economy with the side skirts, and I agree. I've pulled both. I see very little results with that under tray system. I would 100% of the time take side skirts over that. Damage, no damage, problems. I'll take all the problems that come with them too, but I'll take them side skirts. And I like the side skirts that come all the way to the edge of the trailer. You ever seen those ones? They start behind the landing gear, but they're like 2 feet in from the edge of the trailer. And by the time they get back to the back of the trailer, they're just then getting to the edge. Where this one trailer I got, or 2 of them actually, behind the landing gear, and then it comes right out and runs right down the side of the trailer. Those are the ones I would want every single time. Because if they're not to the edge of the trailer, you're still catching air in those cross members underneath the truck, underneath the trailer. And I don't want that. I want them all the way to the edge. That has made a huge difference. Hot Seat says 8.6 mile per gallon all day with 37,000 in the box. That's pretty good. Oliver says, time to run off-road diesel. I wouldn't be surprised if they start checking for that. Honestly, I hear that they have. I've been checked twice in my life. Both times it was close to home here. But wouldn't surprise me. I've never put off-road in the fuel tanks, but except one time by very accident. And when I went inside, we figured they told me like, "Are you a dummy?" I'm like, "What are you talking about?" Like, "You just filled your truck up with off-road." And I'm like, "Damn it." And she's like, "That's all right. I can manually put the tax back on. So keep your receipt, and if you get dipped or whatever, show the receipt and it'll show that you paid the tax." And I'm like, "Well, it still's not really on the up and up." But we did it on the up and up, and I tell you what, I was nervous for about 2 weeks. It took to get all that color out of there. WCF Invader, but the side skirts, I've instantly noticed a difference. Yeah, big difference. Jeremy Sprague, 64 miles an hour, 9 miles per gallon. Dang, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Mark Cerrone's chilling in Bolingbrook. Matthew says, "Who needs fuel economy? I just drive faster for more miles." Uh, hey, if it's working for you, that's great, man. But that's kind of the old way of doing things, and you're gonna have to economize in this new environment here, because I don't think diesel's done going up. Judging by the articles I was reading, it's not. They're expecting sharp increases going forward. It looks like July is going to be a rough month. They're talking about fuel going significantly higher towards the end of June and into July, and then in July we always have a little bit of a glutton freight, but they're saying demand is going to just hit the wall. Demand is really going to hit the wall in July, and expect low freight volumes. So we will see. Predict whatever you want, but we'll see what happens. Leonid Gory says 5 miles per gallon step deck. Okay. Yeah, it's rough to overcome those aerodynamics. It's a hard thing to overcome. Oliver's having rotator cuff repair on Friday. Man, so we won't see you. We won't see you at the tractor show then. Sorry to hear that. With both feet says, I grab a set of 9-axle doubles, 118,000 gross to help on my fuel mileage. Oh wait, that's to help my bank account. How much more do you get paid to pull 9-axle doubles? 120,000 gross. How much does something like that pay? Damn it. Wow. TCS and TCS. Okay, that's the card I was looking for. Some of them are carrying that TCS. Some of them carrying that TVC Pro Driver. I know my brother Cash's King has a referral code for that. So if you're thinking about getting that TVC Pro Driver, go check out his channel and use that referral code. All the good information he gives out, help that man out. TCS and MUDFLAP have been doing good by me, considering the EFS card with Pilot Flying J discounts. Okay. Killian's is getting loaded at Clyde's Delicious Donuts in Addison, Illinois. Bring some of them. Nah, I take that back. Keep them donuts away from me. That's gonna be my strategy for the rest of the year. Keep the donuts away. 80,000 loads of hay, 5 miles per gallon step deck. Okay. Yeah, when you got an open deck like that, aerodynamics, I mean, speed becomes more critical. It's the best way to overcome bad aerodynamics is speed. Slow down. Michelin and Yokohama tires going up shortly. Yeah, they went up, what, I don't know, 6 or 7 times in the last 12 months. Man, tires are getting expensive. I'm glad. I don't know if you've seen my videos. I got a stack of tires in the shed, and I am so glad I do. I bought and bought. I spent a lot of money on tires last year just trying to inventory some tires. I don't regret it a second. Not for a second. This Jeepers. Fate Truckin says, I have 5 options and I always play him against each other. Okay. Cassius King in the house. Channel member. Thanks for coming in, buddy. My favorite fuel card is a Ryobi electric pump and a 30-foot garden hose. That is the most effective fuel savings right there. Hey, while you're at it, you might as well steal his fuel caps too. I dropped a reefer trailer at my local truck stop here, and when I came back, somebody was trying to steal the fuel out of it, and they stole the doggone fuel cap too. I'm like, come on, man. Come on, man. Don't do that. Killian says, hell yeah. Survive to Thrive says, howdy. Filled the Pete up yesterday from over a quarter tank and both tanks already. Still cost $1,250. Oh my God. Oh, by the way, somebody left a comment in that video, that live stream we did the other day, saying, "Quit whining. We're whining too much about all of this." So, hey, I'm open. I'm open to criticism. Are we whining too much about fuel prices and freight and rates, or are we just observing reality? I'd like to think we're just observing reality. Everybody's situation is slightly different, but I actually give a damn about what happens to people. I'm not going to sit here and fake it. Like, you know, not everything that happens on YouTube is on the up and up. It's entertainment. But I'm living the same freaking situation, man. And you know what? I think we all when you hit that diesel pump and it's $1,250 for a fill up, I think you just paid the price to whine a little bit. I mean, honestly, uh, have $1,250 worth of getting it off your chest. I say. Killian says, I was just thinking about a bilge pump today. Oh, steal one. Just go down to the marina, hock one out of a boat. Um, Mark Cerrone says, don't play with the cams, replace them. By the time you see it, it's too late. I had a friend that had that same, it was a CM 870, and he had one cam go out and it took out the whole head. It was, shoot, what the heck was it? Just to do the top end was like $18,000. That's an expensive engine to do a top end in. I'd have a hard time sticking that kind of money into an engine right now. Like you said, you could get a drop-in engine for, what'd you say, $18,000? So, well, a used one that's certified, used, inspected, whatever, might be a better rate to go, even though it's labor to put it in. But uh, I buffered there for a second. What's going on with these comments? Oh yeah, survive to thrive. I just ordered the PDI tuner. We'll see if that helps my economy as much as a lot of people have claimed. Yeah, I have no experience with the PDI one. Years ago, I tried a Bully Dog one, and not happy. I can't sit here and say problem immediately after installation, and they wouldn't even take my phone calls. So I got it fixed, and dummy me installed it back in, and same problem again. So either major coincidence, whatever, but not doing that again. I'm having some signal issues here. Let me move my Wi-Fi antenna a little bit. Josh says hello from Knoxville. Hello, Josh. Thanks for coming in. Jackknife TV says, nah, I don't take much the wrong way. You can't be too unhinged in this business. Yeah, yeah. Jerome Jones says, I thought getting diesel would cost you your soul. Your soul, or you could give up 4 or 5 of your close family members. They'll accept that for payment. Dave P says, there he is. Yeah, here we are. How am I doing? We're doing it. A little lighter in the wallet today. I'll say that. A little lighter in wallet. Trucking with Diabetes. There you go. Check out Cash's other channel, Trucking with Diabetes. It's important to stay healthy right now. Dang it! Somebody in the super chat. I can't find it. Oh, Cash is King. The $20 super chat. I definitely take the fuel cap. Easy $20 on eBay. Thank you, buddy. Thanks for coming in. I know you're home. And family time is important. Now I'm lost here. Grumpy Trucker says, checking in from your favorite grocery store, Walmart. You know what? I think more places could take some clues from Walmart. Walmart, if you were a reefer hauler, you used to dread going to Walmart. How many years ago? I don't know. Before ELDs, you go to Walmart and sit 7, 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours for a whole load. I tell you what, man, they got their act together. It's been a long time since I sat at a Walmart more than 3 hours, which 3 hours that's plenty long enough. But I've gone in with a mixed load of 65 different products breaking down into 100 pallets and been out of there in 3 hours. anymore. I can't imagine they're all that way, but most of the ones I've been to, shoot, they ain't like they used to be. How about CNS or I better Associated Wholesale Grocers? You take some clues from Walmart. UNFI. Check out that Walmart. But and then you don't have to pay for lumpers anymore at Walmart, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. California wants zero emission trucks by 2035. Well, uh, best wishes to you. You're you're killing the California trucker with your emissions rules, and by proxy, you might kill your economy. I'm surprised. I'm surprised they don't want it by 2025. The way they like to hustle things along, with total disregard for common sense. They just like to set arbitrary dates out there. Big Rigger 61 says my solution for fuel mileage is to drop my reefer and hook a tanker. Oh, tanker full of fuel. So when you pass through Oklahoma, Missouri, you can fill up that 8,000 gallon tanker. Pull that behind you. Come on. Oliver 880 says I couldn't drive a Volvo. It's hard to get track pants and fat man sizes, and I'm too old to speak a foreign language. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Come on. WCF Invader says anymore. I only do the speed limit if I have to in order to make appointments. Yeah, I think a lot of people are taking that strategy. It's like hours be damned. I'm not going to get as many loads in as I used to anyway. So if I got the hours, might as well burn them rolling 60 or whatever. Juan Bravo says I'm guilty of rolling 70 plus. I pay for my own fuel. Hey, if you can afford it, more power to you. More power to you. China has been in lockdown though. Yeah, they opened that Shanghai back up. You might see an influx of freight, but we're still dealing with fuel prices. Still dealing with fuel prices. Dud Hemsworth the third. What happened to Dud the first and second? Dud for the win with MUDFLAP and Fuel Ox. All right. CPAP trucker in the house says, yo, thanks for coming in. Assy McGee, one actual, says $5.99 diesel in mid Ohio. Damn, fuel getting crazy. If you're paying $6 in Ohio already, and they're saying diesel is gonna climb aggressively within the next month and a half by the end of July into August, where the hell does that put us? I hear tell they're adjusting all the pumps to go to $10. That those 4 digits. Are they thinking it's going to be sooner than later? Jeez, that is just crazy. Sons of Man 42 says had a good week, $5,200 after fuel. Now in shop, $3,900 repair bill. I can't catch a break. Damn it, boy. Damn. Yeah, I hope they at least fix your truck and get it the hell out, man. I tell you what. You obviously, if you follow Fate Truckin's channel, you notice this. You know the stuff he's been through in the shops lately. I had a guy down for almost 3 weeks in Cincinnati, and then he rolled for a week and a half, and he was down for a week and a half up here by me, and then he was down. He's been down in Salt Lake City for by the time it's all said and done, almost 3 weeks, 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks. I got another guy down. He took it in. They told him be here last Tuesday. It'll be a 4-hour job to put bushings in your springs. He took all the parts with him. This was last Tuesday, 4-hour job. Still in the shop. Had to go in and jack him up. And that one's just laziness because they had all the parts. They can't say they didn't have all the parts. He took them when he went. Who else we got? Had another guy down for, well, doesn't pay to go on and on. Down for the dumbest things, the littlest things. It's just the parts thing doesn't seem to be getting any better. It's ridiculous. SCI guy, that's not even one tank. Yeah, $1,250. Trucking Across America says, I thought this was bonehead truckers. No, I'm the only bonehead in here. I'm the only bonehead here. Oliver says they don't buy orange trucks anymore. I actually got an owner-operator spec 2019 Cascadia out of their Independent contractor pool, 505 horse with a tri-pack. It's pretty sweet. That's a pretty sweet setup for a Schneider company driver. I tell you what. Tell you what. CPAP trucker just start writing checks to Ukraine. They got to send your money there anyways. Yeah, we got to be a little more careful talking about that. I don't want to get my channel taken down. Apparently YouTube is touchy about those things. A live stream I did, I don't know, a week or two ago, got immediately taken down. I had to argue with them to get it put back up. A friend of mine, I don't know, they can say whether or not they want to, just got a strike against them for saying something. He didn't even say it. Somebody said something in the comments that was harmless, and apparently it's a big deal now. So welcome to the USSA, right? No more saying what's on your mind. Schneider's going to start paying by the hour too. Well, how about that? That might not be a bad deal, depending on how much they're going to pay. I'd like to see the math on that. I know a trucking company here locally that pays some of their regional guys by the hour, and it actually works out for them. Actually works out. Annabelle Gallegos says 619 diesel in Tonopah, Arizona. Oh, dang. 570 in the Chicago suburbs. I saw premium gas today at the Lake Forest Oasis. That's just north of Chicago for $6.54. That's insane. I'm running 7.8 miles per gallon on my 2014 DD13 with a 10-speed. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Chalplex says I miss a Cascadia. I'm in a 2022 Volvo. Can't even get 7.5. Couldn't get below 8 in a Cascadia if I tried to. Cascadia's got it going on for fuel economy, man. I'll tell you that. I'd rather have an automatic, a better fuel mileage. I get bored in an automatic. I'd like to shift, have something to do. I tend to, sometimes tend to get a little bit complacent too in an automatic. I'll be honest with you. 7.8 miles per gallon going on 68 in a Cascadia. That's pretty good. Skinny Peters says, I want the Eco under tray system. I don't have the Eco system or Eco. EKO. I think it's EKKO, isn't it? Echo. I don't have those. The ones I have are the smart truck thing. The Grumpy Trucker says the price of grape uncrustable went up $3, $9.50 for a box of 10. Damn it, boy! You might have to switch to Pop Tarts. Damn it, or start putting making your own sandwiches. Come on. Matthew says I have a 10+4 in one of my farm straight trucks. 72 International Harvester. Come on, we like that International Harvester. I don't know what it gets for mileage. I just dragged it home for a toy. Big fan of the International Harvester. Hold on. It's time for a hat change. There we go. I had to put the International Harvester hat on. I don't have my Farm All One handy. 6.3 miles per gallon in a 2016 Western Star. Ooh, is that that 50? Was it 5400, 5700, or is it the what's the classic style one called? I don't even remember. Corey Witt says, howdy, folks. Hope everyone's doing well this evening. Yeah, thanks for coming in. We're all doing well. We're all just, hurting in that pocketbook. Anybody who fueled today, feeling it a little bit. What's new in my world? Well, everything's kind of a struggle right now. I'll be honest with you. Freight, fuel, lost another driver. I can't even be mad at that. It's fuel. It's the same thing all you guys are going through right now. All of us are going through. Tired of having all your money go into fuel tanks, and then when you get a repair, you're down for. He's had significant downtime trying to get the truck fixed, and it's just by the time you catch up, it's the same thing with downtime again, and just said, you know what, screw this. I don't need it, and I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. But it sucks. I like the guy. We're on great terms. I consider him a friend. I like all the guys that work here, but he decided to move on. So what are you gonna do, right? And I don't know. I don't know if I'll replace him because who the hell in their who the hell in their right mind wants to jump into this game right now? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Uh, Bruce S. They check in Georgia. They're dipping tanks in Georgia. They'll get you. I tell you what. You get a speeding ticket, whatever, but you mess with their tax revenue. They don't play nice. At least they don't up here in Wisconsin, man. You get caught running off road fuel in your tanks. They do not think that's funny. The fines are pretty steep. Messing with their money is like messing with their emotions, apparently. Corey says, just making, sir, all we can do. Yeah, it's kind of what everybody's doing right now, I think. Shop Fee says, I hope everyone in Cascadias are doing their own miles per gallon with pen and paper. Freightliner does this thing where they use imperial gallons to calculate their fuel mileage. It makes their 8.2 like 9.6. Yeah, I've seen that. I've never gone off the ECM reading. I always do it by hand just for that reason alone. It's not a very good calculation. It was usually most times within like 2 or 3 tenths. Sometimes it would just get just out of whack. But Cassius King says I did 8.7 mpgs last week. That's pretty darn good. Now he puts some freight in that trailer instead of driving around empty. Actually get paid for those miles, and things will really turn around for you. Come on. Kennedy says we are working to spend gas on the road. Elbow cough, elbow cough. Yeah, that's about it. That's how she goes. Matthew says, "Oh, this is a sarcasm font." Okay, I'm not. I am the least, uh, what do you call it? Not tech savvy, but like pop culture savvy person in the world. Cash makes fun of me all the time. I still watch Burns and Allen on TV when it's on, and I still think it's funny. What was I watching yesterday? Silver Spoons. I was watching. We watched the Golden Girls a lot. I actually think that stuff's funny, man. Uh, so as far as like pop culture and technology, I'm not the right guy for that. So you might have to explain things to me as we go. Like the kids use all these abbreviations now. I have no idea what the hell they mean. Adults do it. I don't know. I ask my wife all the time, like, what the hell does this mean? She just looks at me like, what? Did you eat paint chips? What the hell is wrong with you? I'm like, I don't know. I'm not on. I don't do instant messaging and Facebook and all that. Rory Enterprises in the house says howdy from I-55 North in Blytheville. Woo! You're down in at Blytheville, Arkansas. Go over and visit Dogwood Express. See if you can get that $800 they owe me from, let's see, about 15 years ago. I'll never forget that. CPAP Trucker says, time to put my stuff in storage for a while and live in the truck. Well, I'm guessing you don't have a family, right? I guess that's, I know guys that do that. I can't say that if I wasn't single and a little younger or whatever, that I wouldn't do that. I never was one for staying out for a long time. Just wasn't for me. I just couldn't. Lifestyle just didn't suit me. Gas and diesel cheaper in Canada. That President Pampers shut down. I gotta be careful reading those comments. I'll get a strike against me. Dangerfield Trucking says I hit a deer last night. This makes the 6th time my truck has been hit. Oh, was that deer dressed up like a Swift driver? Did it say Swift on the side of that deer? I've been hit 1, 2, 4 times by a Swift truck. That's right. I've hit, I don't know how many deer, but I've had some really catastrophic deer hits, man. Twice. Well, once the whole bill was like $14,000. There was 2 of them. They got the whole front end of that truck and then went under the truck and ripped out the ABS. power steering. What else? Charge air, radiator, the hood, the grill, uh, transmission cooler. Went under the trailer, wrapped around the back axles, ripped the ABS lines out, and all kinds of air lines. I tell you what, man, it was that one time it was an absolute mess. But thank goodness that time I was driving somebody else's truck. The worst I had with mine was $9,000 for hitting a deer. CPAP trucker, Alex, long time bro. Okay. Chalplex says, I'm hanging out in Plymouth, Wisconsin. Got here last night for a 34. Went to Walmart this morning and forgot to PC on the way back, so starting my 34 over. Oh, that sucks. I'd probably just be inclined to run recap hours, depending on how far you were into your 34, unless your company doesn't allow you to do it. I don't know. But man, Plymouth, you over there? You getting some cheese loads out of there? Plymouth is man, you can't even count the number of cheese warehouses over in Plymouth. That's like cheese capital of America right there. I tell you what. B-Rad says I'm getting 8.25 30-day average with a Pro Star. That's pretty darn good. Oh, Alex Express in the house, channel member. Thanks for coming in. 140 watching, only 32 likes. According to this, it's 158 watching. I don't know how many likes. I suppose I could be civilized here and like my own video. Probably be the smart thing to do. There we go. Like their own video. Alex, I've been checking out your live streams, but you're never in there. You just leave that camera rolling, buddy. You don't see my comments. You don't even know I'm there. Hurts a little bit. Right here. Jeremy Sprague says T680 with a PACCAR engine, 455 horse. Slid the fifth wheel all the way forward to close the trailer gap and got a 1.5 mile per gallon increase. I believe it. I have a guy, his fifth wheel was sitting pretty far back. He slid that sucker all the way up. I'm like, well, reefer, maybe you want to leave it a couple holes back. Let that air flow in there, because then we put air tabs around his truck. And significant fuel economy increase. Significant. Yeah. That's a... As long as it's not putting you over on your steers. But I have all my guys run the 16-ply steer tires too, just in case, you get more weight up there if you need to. Definitely makes a difference. Keltarusu says donut holes are my favorite. Gotta stay away from them. I working on turning over a new leaf here and turning things around a little bit for myself. I tell you what, it's tough, man. And everybody always says, man, being on the road, hard on your health. If I was home, I'd turn things around. It's hard to break those habits. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I've been largely off the road. I still drive occasionally, not like overnight a lot anymore. But those, I built those habits over 20 years, 22 years. It's hard to break them. I'm not gonna lie to you. And the fact that there's a truck stop just down the road with yummy truck stop food doesn't help the situation. Doesn't help. Cassius King says, I just got new Michelin steer tires ordered, $560 each, installed, England discount. Yeah, everybody, if you pay for your own tires, I want to tell you a couple things here. Number one, if you like Goodyear tires, JB Hunt. JB Hunt has a great tire program for all you got to do is pull one load. And then you go into their system there and set yourself up on their tire program. They have really good pricing on Goodyear. I don't use Goodyear. Well, I take that back. I'll use some of the Goodyear super single trailer tires because they have good pricing on them. But other than that, I don't really use them. If you want to use just about any other kind, get on CR England's program. Okay, if you've never brokered a load through CR England, take an L on one. Just take a load for them, so you can get on their tire program. You gotta just pull one load, and they'll put you on. They'll let you get on it, and you can stay on it. It's not like you gotta pull one load a year. Just pull one load, and then they also have discounts on PM services and work at Loves and Speedco, and it's some serious discounts. And then if you don't do that, Truckers B2B. That's Truckers, capital B, and then the number 2, not the word, the number 2, and then B again, capital B.com, truckersb2b.com. Get on the gold program. Sometimes it's cheaper than England. I play them back and forth, but usually they're within a couple dollars of each other. And you could save hundreds of dollars per tire on certain tires. Now, tires are going up. The discounts aren't exactly what they used to be, but you're going to save. I mean, a new Michelin steer tire at the truck stop, you're probably $700-800. You're going to be around 550 for a Michelin. I'm getting the Yokohamas for. I bought 8 of them a little bit ago. I got them for $402 a piece. That's the 16 ply. Pretty good discounts they got. Bridgestone, Firestone, Yokohama, Goodyear, Michelin. Most of your off brands. Between the two of them, they cover just about everything. Those 3 tire programs, even if you don't get the JB Hunt, you get the other 2, you're gonna be pretty set. Tires are expensive. Corn Metal X TVC has bigger discount than MUDFLAP most of the time. Yeah, sometimes I go, and that's it too. Again, the area of the country, how big the markups are. You gotta play them. But then TVC has some fees, don't they? That you got to pay to put money on there and blah blah blah. MUDFLAP, no fees, and you can get double points. You get MUDFLAP points, and you can use your store points. And if you put it with a cashback credit card, that's another however many percent off for your credit card. So you got to kind of add it all up. But yeah. Ashley McGee says, I had fuel stolen the other day. Damn. Got to get them lock-in fuel caps or some of those, what do you call them? The screens, the anti-siphon. Yeah, almost no matter what they cost. I mean, if you're looking at $1,200-1,500 to fill up your tanks, depending how big they are, you can't let somebody steal that. I had a friend filled up last week, and he's like, damn, the hell? Driveway, fuel tank leaking. Son of a biscuit. So put $1,000 worth of fuel in, and now I'm leaking it. That's got to be hard to take. Andrella says it puts 2 steers on Michelin mount and balance out the door. 1530 loves in Biloxi. Wanted 860. Ridiculous. 1530 is a lot. That is a lot. See if you can get on one of those tire programs I just talked about. At least call them. And on some of them, you can get, like I think JB Hunt in England, you get guaranteed pricing on road service if you need it. So if they got to come out and replace tires, I think you get a reasonable pricing on that, if I'm not mistaken. But it may have changed. I know JB Hunt does that. Killian Strucking says, haha, DIY, they gave me 5 boxes, not good on my diet, only ate one, and I refuse to eat another one. All right, you keep them away from me. 1 donut, not 1 box. All right. Cash is King with $20 super chat. I do appreciate it. Appreciate it. Corn Metal X, I need 4 tires soon for drives. Any suggestions? Yeah, do one of those tire programs. I've been running mostly all Yokohamas. I mean, dollar for dollar, the rolling resistance is fantastic. It's right up there with the Michelin and the Bridgestone, and they're significantly cheaper. And they last just fine for me. I have no issues with them. Tires is one of those things. There's a lot of brand loyalty. Yeah, Michelin's a great tire. I can't justify the cost though. For as good as the Yokohamas are doing me, for almost $200 a tire cheaper, depending on how you buy them. Gotta say that. And you got to keep in mind too, I buy a lot more tires than the average person. So, well, not average company, but if you buy a set of 10 tires for the year for your truck, 60 tires. I got 10 trailers and there's several trucks in the fleet. So I buy a lot of tires. I'm not spending top dollar for all of them. With both feet says they have a variety. Man, how far am I behind in the comments? Ooh, I'm a half hour behind. Assy McGee says fuel prices make me grumpy. Kiki says he's buying a moped for when you're at home or asking for rides, relearning how to ride a bicycle. Yeah, get yourself a skateboard. Gotta get yourself a skateboard. 176 in the house, 62 likes. Everybody hit that like button. Cassius King says, how ironic that they're whining about your whining. Yeah, what it was the person used to work for Shell and says that, uh, we should shut up about the pipeline thing. It has no effect, has nothing to do with oil prices. And I'm like, okay, that oil may not have been destined for here, but anything that happens in the oil markets, it's a global, everything's tied together, right? If a mouse farts in Saudi Arabia and puts a hole in a pipeline, it affects oil prices here, whether we like it or not. It's a global supply. It's a finite amount of refining. It's traded as a commodity, right? So in a way, whatever happens with production or supply, it's a commodity. If somebody says something negative about oil one day, it can affect the price just on sentiment. So yes, anything that happens with that pipeline is going to affect the price upside or downside because sentiment affects price. It does affect everything. Um, and we're talking about the canceled oil leases. Well, those were for a future, this and that. Well, yes, future oil is traded as a future. If they believe there's going to be less of a supply in X number of months, it's 18 months it takes for a project to be completed and hit the market. Well, that affects oil futures and present. So it does affect. Should it? Well, that's a whole nother topic, but it does. It does. Everything in this world is so closely tied anymore and globalized. I don't like it, to be perfectly honest with you. And then they say, oh, what are you whining about? Fuel has been X number of dollars over in Europe for, 20 years. Hey, I don't care. I don't live there, right? A lot of my forefathers died so that I didn't have to live by their rules. I respect that. I respect that. And besides, you could fit most of Europe inside of Texas, right? This is a way bigger country. We're a transportation society. Uh, it's a bigger deal. It's a bigger deal. Bruce S., I moved my methods over to 300 miles or less, and by luck, I've been earning an average of $4.27 per mile. That's a good strategy. I was liking doing that even when rates were better, and instead of $4.27, you could knock out 8, 9, 10 bucks like that. But the doggone chat just jumped on me. Ooh, there's a rabbit out in my yard that needs to pay the ultimate price. I went out to the garden today, and them damn things, we planted our gardens over the course of the last week, and they hit it hard. They hit it hard, and there's gonna be a price to be paid for that. I'm gonna run this yard like a dictatorship. I tell you that. Where did we leave off? With both feet says at one actual truckers B2B gold discount program. Yeah, there you go. There you go. We talked about that. Engine parts have gone way up. Everything's gone way up. Everything. Tell you what, that orange truck, I might never sell it. Just park that sucker out. Make 3 times the money of what I could. Sir, sent you an email 7 days ago. Never heard anything back. Curious if I sent it the wrong email. No, I got it. I apologize for not getting back to you yet. It's I had dealing with a couple things here, and Paul's been out handling some personal issues. I have your email set as marked as unread in my inbox, and I will respond to that. Hopefully I'll remember to do it when I'm off the air tonight. Cassius King says, hit that like button. That's great advice. It's great advice. I couldn't give any better advice than that myself. Known unknown, 5'11", 9 out of 10. All right, I don't know what that means, but sounds pretty good. Casey Ansel says, I'm starting an OnlyFans. All right, we're gonna have to check that out. What are you gonna provide on that OnlyFans? Big Rigger says, I have PDI. Honestly, have noticed much on fuel mileage, but love the power. I get low 5 miles per gallon, but hoping with tanker I can get over 6. Okay. All right. Gary Bates in the house has got my physical today. Did you pass, Gary? Did you pass, or do you need a name of a guy? I know a guy. Survive to Thrive says, I'm looking to buy either an air dam for the top of my 379 or the turbo wing. It's all about that investing in a better fuel economy. I get 5.8 on a good day. I would go with the full fairing. If you can get that fairing, the turbo wing, I have seen numbers where that turbo wing can actually hurt your fuel economy. Try to get the most aerodynamic. That may be what you're talking about with an air dam. I just call it a fairing. Hell, go to the junkyard and get one. Chop one off an FLD. Come on. Cassius King says the longest average wait for me in U.S. Foods with Capstone Kicker. Yeah, U.S. Foods has got a bad rep for that too. Killian says Lineage is by far the longest, second to McLean's. McLean's, I've had good experiences at the last probably dozen McLean's I've been to. In and out in 3 hours or so. Lineage on the well, the Lineage, yeah, I know of one good Lineage. The rest of them are kind of a crapshoot. Trucking California with VLOX in the house. Thanks for coming in. Made it to Texas on a move to Tennessee. So what's the topic tonight? Fuel prices, cheap freight, California trucker exodus, all of the above. Yeah, you guys, if you don't know, trucking California with Velox 18 he's making the run for the border, leaving California, headed to Tennessee. Smart move. Smart move. Yeah, we're talking about fuel prices, kind of seeing what everybody's doing. A lot of good information here. What people are doing on fuel economy here, slowing down, putting fairings on, putting side skirts on. But a lot of people slowing down. A lot of people doing that. So you are on your way to Tennessee. Can we expect some? I'm about to out myself here. I haven't checked out your channel in a few days. Can we expect some videos about your move to Tennessee if you haven't done them yet? How about a live stream? How about, tell you what, I'll put the link if you wanna come on in. Anybody wants to come on in, hit that link. All I ask is you are not driving, and have something to talk about. You got to show your face too. Cash King says I'm trying to get some track suits and fat guy sizes for the merch tent. Get you some of those crustables for the merch tent. Can you get them crustables? Yeah, they're $9.50 a box now. Arizona RC. Yeah, good comment. Can't read it. Might get a strike against me, unfortunately. Bondo, when Shanghai opens up, fuel is going to be even higher. We might have an influx of freight though. You know, if freight was paying what it was paying 8 months ago or a year ago, you gotta wonder, would we be as upset about the fuel prices we got now? I mean, honestly, I would, because it still ain't right, but it wouldn't be as big a deal. Wouldn't be as big a deal. Jackknife TV says that's okay. Apparently, I was running through South Dakota at 85 mile an hour with a bad cam and only 5 working injectors on a 46,000 pound load. What could go wrong? What could possibly go wrong? How many RPMs were you turning on that bad cam? Come on. Todd says, Dash says 6 miles per gallon. 2015 Coronado with a D60 Fitzgerald glider kit, 14 liter. Todd, have you had any problems with that Fitzgerald glider? I hear nothing but nightmare stories about those, about their rebuilds. Come about 300,000 miles. I was wondering if you've had any problems. Forrest says, start it is an owner operator. Last November, had an engine rebuilt in my truck and blew it up on the second load. Oh, that's no way to start. That's no way to start. Hopefully you were able to get the thing back on the road and take advantage of some of the high freight rates before it all kind of hit the fan here. Tell you what, when I bought my orange truck, it was a bad situation. I bought it, and on the first week out, I noticed it was drinking coolant. Brought her back, had a scored cylinder and a cracked head. So overhaul. And at the same time, my dad died, and had a whole bunch of stuff. So it just all hit the fan like in 1 week, and I didn't have the money at that time for a full overhaul, but we did it anyways. Got her back on the road. It's I feel for you, man. I know what it's like. And now's not a great time for it to happen. Oh, Killian's Trucker, new YouTube member. Thank you, sir. Persh- Appreciate it. Only question is, Killian's, what took you so long? My God, man. Kind of money you're making? What do you think about rebuilding a DD15? Not sure if it's worth it. Already at 1,000,000 miles. I kind of have a different opinion on the newer engines, rebuilding them at such a higher mile. Like if it was a 60 series, I'd be like, "Pff, go for it, man. Rebuild her 6 times." When you're looking at a DD15 or the Packard or some of these newer ones, 1,000,000 miles. Those engines have a lot of electronics and wiring on them, and I'm like, it's kind of a different scenario. Different scenario. You rebuild the Series 60, it's rebuilt. There's not much more to it. You rebuild the DD15, you could spend 40, $50,000 rebuilding it and still have not touched the emission system. So then you got another. I don't know if yours has the one box or not. You got another whatever, 14,000 bucks, whatever. Oh, there's a lot that could still go wrong besides the rebuild. So I'm kind of lukewarm on rebuilding those things at that kind of age and mileage. I would definitely take it to a Detroit diesel shop if there's one near you, like an OEM Detroit shop. Maybe not even like a Freightliner, but um, see what they say. They might not, if being that if you're over 1,000,000, there may not be much for warranty that they'll give you. They might give you like a 1 year, but definitely have that conversation with them. Say, okay, I rebuild it. What else could I be looking at? What kind of lifespan are you guys seeing out of these other components? I've never rebuilt a DD15 personally. Um, Cash is King says, not to brag, but I'm a AAA member. They said in a newsletter the other day that this is the calm before the storm and fuel prices. Yeah, I was reading that too. That's a little scary. If this is the calm, I hate to see what the storm is. Oh wait. Am I whining again? Am I whining? Hmm. I better. I should shut up on that. No. Kudos to you for being a AAA member and having that kind of money. I am nearly eligible to be an AARP member. How about that? I got it like that, driver. Bondo says, gotcha. Local usually pays better, but I don't like the wear and tear on my vehicle compared to OTR. Yeah, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Home time counts for a lot too. Some people, everybody, you got to find your niche, find your niche. Micah Guziak, like truck driving, going back out by July 20th, but trucking and our government. Ooh, yeah, can't read that. We'll get a strike. They all touchy all of a sudden. YouTube's all touchy all of a sudden. They'll probably ding me for saying that. I don't know. Killian's Trucking says, my other card got hacked and forgot to update payment info on YouTube with the new card. Got her fixed. Well, thanks a lot for fixing that. I put all that work into hacking your doggone credit card, and here you go and fix it. um, Everybody keep an eye on your fuel cards. I don't know if Sterling is still in here, and I don't know if y'all saw that, but Sterling got his fuel card hacked, and they got him for a serious amount of money. They had a skimmer inside the pump. You flip the door. It wasn't even on the outside. Inside, skimmed his card and just started hammering it with fuel purchases. And before you know it, they got him for a ton of money. And the fuel card company is being a bunch of b-holes about it. They're saying, "Oh, we'll investigate. It can take up to 90 days." Like, not. Hey, uh, that's a bunch of BS. You got an obligation, and it was not a little bit of money. It was a serious amount of money. It was his down payment for a trailer. To be perfectly honest with you, I worry about that happening to me because I have a high credit limit on my cards. If something like that happened to me, they could go sky high. And if they got the ability to run the payments, in one day, they could max that out before I could even catch it. But they need to have some more fraud protection on there. Maybe it's time to start using those things where you don't swipe your card. You link it to your points card or something, or I don't know all what they offer these days. I don't know. It's This is a scam everywhere you turn. We're easily targeted. Living that nomad traveling lifestyle, uh, searching the country over for the man who shot your brother. Hey, practice teaching others kung fu as we travel around the country. Forrest says warranty people's not going to cover neither or the shop, so I'm just left all hanging. Man, I hate to hear that, Forrest. Mm. Do you owe money on that truck, or what's the situation? I tell you what, if it's paid for, you might park that sucker out for good money. I mean, if you don't have any intention of fixing it, you might recover some good money off the parts. And that ain't it's not getting to be a joke anymore. Like there's desperate situations for parts. Uh, Bondo says, Hunter, you got $1 million. Why not rebuild to get another $1 million? Yeah, have somebody look at it. I mean, have a shop look at it and say, hey, here's what I'm thinking about doing. Check the condition of all the other emissions and wiring components and that, and tell me if it's cost effective. Jackknife says, hey, I'm with you on that bad luck and spending that money at the shop, though. I have to say I was treated good at this dealer. Only 6 hours to do an injector, and I was right in and out. That's pretty good. That is good. Anytime you can go and be in and out in the same day, gotta call that a win if it was fixed. I muted myself there for a second so I could cough. Michael says, I got to go back to work to afford gas and food. You might want to cut back on that food thing. I'm just saying. If you're trying to pay for your gas, you're gonna have to sacrifice some food, or vice versa. Boy, is food getting stupid expensive too, isn't it? Uh, Michael Anderson says, "Hey, I'm thinking about getting a different truck in a different track. I really need some input. What are you gonna do with it? What are you looking to do? Um, fit it to your operation. Focus on fuel economy. Fuel economy is everything right now. Where's the best pay in freight? Mm. Well, right now flatbed's doing pretty well. Um, it's produce season in Arizona. If you got a reefer, it's not a bad place to be. Upper Midwest sucks right now. I'll tell you that. Wisconsin, Minnesota, Illinois is not great. Northeast kind of sucks. I don't know if watermelons have wound down in Georgia yet. I haven't checked on that. Uh, Depends on what kind of trailer you got. Honestly, it is going to be depend on what's the best paying. Salute from the Northeast. Ran a good week now, but I'm in the shop too. Send extra pixie dust to me. Damn it, boy. Man, that's a common theme tonight. Everybody's like, I killed it last week, and now I'm in the shop. What in the heck is going on? Anybody having like excessive DEF problems or problems getting it? I keep hearing that June, July is about that time where they're thinking the supply is gonna kind of take a crap. Has anybody had any issues with that yet? Uh, Ga- no, Gary Bates. I have never heard of poop deck pappy. I don't know what that means. Q Savage says 610 in Philadelphia. Ooh, oh, that's a lot of money. Clayton Truckin says good evening. Good evening. Thanks for coming in. Michael says knowing Schneider, they will pay minimum wages on their hourly pay. Yeah, maybe, but you might be surprised. You might just be surprised. I don't know. Although, in this environment, how much do you got to pay per hour to call it good pay anymore? I mean, when you can work at McDonald's or Taco Bell and get $15 an hour, I mean, I'd like to think that driving truck is a little bit more skilled than that. I mean, how much you got to pay? There is menial jobs starting jobs, that are kind of intended for like high school kids and stuff that are paying a ton of money. That's actually a problem right now. So like, there's a lot of entry level professional jobs that don't pay a ton of money, and like CNAs is one of them where You come out of, you go to basic nursing school, and when you get out, you're a CNA. You're basically qualified to do basic things with patients and change bedpans and tend to their basic needs. But you don't make a lot of money. You don't get paid much more than that. So these people are quitting being CNAs and going back to work at like fast food restaurants and stuff because they make more money, and some of them are getting benefits now. So it's actually kind of a real problem. Um, they're gonna have to boost the wages up for a lot of those jobs. TBT says, "Do you think if they allow the renewal of the oil and gas leases for offshore, would the prices drop?" I doubt it. I mean, there's just so much BS going on right now. I've seen, I've had guys comment in the live streams here. He's like, "I high haul fuel, on the East Coast, and there's plenty of supply. I have no way of knowing if that is the truth, or if he really knows. Um, there's just so much nonsense. Who really even knows? Some would say it's pure gouging. I'll tell you one thing, we do have a lack of refining capacity in this country. We have for 15, 20 years, probably going back farther than that. We can't refine enough fuel. Um, we have some problems. Um, I don't know what the root cause of this is. There's agenda behind it too. So would it bring down prices? I doubt it. Plus, it takes time. So if you renew these leases, get them operational, I would bet there's quite a lag time there. Probably 18 months or so. But hmm, it's a long time. It's a long time. Jackknife says those good old 13-letter uh, poop spreaders. The internationals. That's right. Oh, trucking and fixing with Ryan's in here. Thanks for coming in. Love your channel. Love your channel. Everybody check out that channel. Like everybody hasn't already. That's a huge channel. Thanks for coming in, man. Drop your link. Well, how do I? If there's any moderators, do me a favor and put links to these folks' channels. There's a lot of channels in here. I need to make more moderators. Trucking California with Velox says complacent, and an automatic. I can see DIY now. Feet on the dash, pizza in one hand, and phone in the other hand. don't forget, don't forget the phone and the tablet on the steering wheel. Watching. I seen a dude once with a television on his dashboard, and I don't know what the hell he was watching. It wasn't, no adult movies or nothing. Watching something going down the road. I'm like, you have got to be effing kidding me, man. Uh, Actually, more of what I mean by that is like in the wintertime. I kind of feel like, at least for me, I feel like I have better control of the manual. If the roads take a turn for the worse. And I also find myself like hmm, maybe going into turns or curves a little too fast. I don't know. It might be minor, but maybe I'm just I notice those things. I don't know. Big Rigger says the 4900 EX is a classic one. That's what I have. Okay, all right. The Western Star. Then what's that? What's the aerodynamic one they have now? The newer one, is that like a 5400, 5700? Is that what that is? I actually think those are pretty sharp. The EX or the X model. I kind of like the way that those look. Gary Bates says, know any good front end loader tractors for sale? And a backhoe attachment wouldn't hurt either. You trying to bury that bury your truck and trailer and file an insurance claim, Gary? I made the comment the other day. I'm surprised there's not more people having truck fires, and somebody's like, there is. It's kind of a rash of them going on right now. I haven't seen any. Rory Enterprises says 26-foot box truck, 12 miles per gallon at 66. That's pretty good. I've always wondered how you do with those box trucks. They tend to have smaller motors in them, but there's really not nearly as much weight there. How many trucks do we have? At the highest, I was at 8. Now we're at. I still got the one truck. We're at 6 right now. That's today. We'll see. B. James says, definitely check fuel in Savannah. Okay. I would think Savannah would be cheap down in Georgia. What's that fuel price down there, Savannah? Mark says, good news. I found a sale on candy bars, 2 for $4.50. Dang. I remember when they used to be 99 cents or 59 cents. Man, back in my day, I remember when candy was a nickel. Sometimes I feel like I'm that old. KC says 7.2 in an 03 Century. That's pretty good. Oliver 880 says, I can print out my fuel mileage every day for the last 2 years I've had the truck. It's accurate. It's kind of neat to look at the data. Yeah, I tell you what, man, talk about being able to track your results. If you just wrote down in a notebook or something, today I did this, I changed to this kind of tire, or today I put air tabs on, or put these mud flaps on, or whatever. I know it's not your truck, but if a guy was in the track and fuel economy, it would be pretty obvious to see. Michael says, you watch Golden Girls? Try Third Rock from the Sun. Oh no, we're all about the Golden Girls, Michael. Oh, we got a common scallywag coming in here. Let's see what we got. Jackknife TV.
Hey, what's up?
How's it going, man?
Could be better.
Better than a sharp stick in the eye, right?
Let me try to get rid of YouTube here without deleting you.
All right. If you do, just come back in. Big Rigger says he loves all them old shows on Sirius Radio. Jack Benny, all those old radio shows are great. Yeah, man. I tell you what, as a kid, I remember George Burns. Right, he was always an old man to me. Like ever since I remember being alive, George Burns has been old. Right. And recently I started, about a year ago, I started watching Burns and Allen. That was his old TV show and I had to be in the 40s or 50s. Freaking hilarious, man. The guy was funny. I didn't even know he had a show. That's a good show. Yeah, John Lentz, Chuck Woolery, and Love Connection. Yeah, all them old shows, man. Storage ain't cheap no more. You got that right. Nothing is, man. Nothing is. Where'd I you off here? Have Ross says, my engine blew 1 month into my authority. Oh, man. Well, depending on the timing, hopefully you got her going again. Got back in on them good rates. Arizona RC says, thank you again, Joseph. See y'all later. Enjoyed the stream. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
We got him back.
Too fast with those fingers there. That's what she said.
Oh. Oh, you got it. What is going on? How's that truck?
Sounds better. Doesn't sound like somebody throwing rocks in a tin can anymore.
Okay.
But I don't know. It ran great over here, empty to the pilot over here, or pilot Flying J.
Okay.
Everyone.
Oh,
So,
Sterling with super chat. Thank you. I always say, if you're whining, you ain't winning. Come on. Hashtag damn it, boy. That's right. That's right. It's like a Green Day song. Do you have the time to listen to me whine? So where are you at this evening? Oh, you're in Bolingbrook,
yeah,
right?
Yep. I might be here a little bit longer if I don't know if my safety guy in the morning doesn't fix my PC time that I thought I hit okay and put in to come over here to this truck stop, but apparently not.
Uh-oh. There goes the neighborhood.
Yeah.
With both feet stopping in. What's going on, sir?
Oh, hi, everybody. Hold on, I was just about to dump $600 or so in my fuel tanks, typical day anymore.
What is that, 20 gallons?
What I gotta say, what did you use? A freaking little dripper to put that in there?
Is that your reefer tank? You filling up?
Yeah.
No.
Are we gonna get a live fueling video from you?
Sure, might as well. Huh?
He just got done doing some favors for the rest of the yard over there. Get the fuel.
You gotta make that fuel money somehow.
Right? Yeah, I got my key for my locking gas caps.
All right. Oh, Benedetto stopping in. He's getting 10.4 in his TRX.
Hey, those locking gas caps. All right, about those. So apparently my buddy had locking gas caps, and apparently what it looks like, what they do now is they get one of those big ass crescent wrenches or monkey wrenches, and they stick it on there and they just start turning and it just breaks the lock off, and they just get the fuel out that way.
Oh
So,
man! Notice how criminals
Yeah.
can put forth all the effort to steal something, but they can
Yeah.
just not put that much effort into going to work.
because apparently he
Right.
talked to somebody and he says if they don't get it with just that, they'll put a bar on it and they'll just keep going at it until it just comes off.
I suppose drilling out the locks is too loud. Might wake somebody up.
Yeah. Yep.
Hmm.
Oh.
So okay, so oh looky there, look at that. What do you got there with both feet? What's that all about?
Got to measure out my fuel locks to go in there.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
about fuel lately. I also know a few other people that have literally. Let's see, the one guy I know, he had injectors done last year, and the other one, the injectors are maybe 2 years old, and they both lost like 3 injectors within the last, I don't know, couple weeks.
Damn it, boy.
So I'm starting to wonder if
Wow.
maybe something in the fuel.
Who knows? Who
Maybe
knows?
they're adding a little too much bio blend to it. I don't know.
They say that the DEF quality is a big reason for a lot of the emissions problems we're having right now. Too much, water. Not the right
And then-
percentage of urea.
That guy's peeing in the tank trying to save some money.
I see that damn comment all the time everywhere I go. Oh, it's just pee in your tank. It's just urine. It is nothing of the sort. Like
No,
pee in
actually,
your tank, see what you get. It's not even close. Because they both
my
have urea. in them,
distributor.
That's about it.
Yeah, and I don't know where the methane comes from, but my distributor told me there's also methane in it.
Hey,
Really?
hey! In fact, hey, DEF's cheaper than fuel. Might as well just put DEF in the tank.
Oh, yeah. Put fuel in the DEF tank and DEF in the fuel tank. I don't see what could.
Yeah.
They're just coming from a different place, right? I don't see what could possibly go wrong. Oh man.
Make a lot. You should invest in some dealerships when everyone decides to follow that protocol.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no doubt. No doubt. Shoot, what was I gonna say? So okay, so locking fuel caps are being defeated. Anti-siphons could be defeated. So what else do we do? Booby trap a
Yeah,
string to a shotgun, 12 gauge, or what?
Smith and Wesson SR9. That works really good.
It gets messy.
Yes.
I don't like
Gets
questions.
all of them.
Yeah, I don't like to
17 of
answer
them
a
it'll
lot of.
take off.
I don't like to answer a lot of questions.
yeah, a lot of paperwork
Yeah.
when you do that.
You just throw them back. You just throw them in the back of the reefer unit. Turn that on. Get them nice and chilly, and get rid of them.
It's true. Put them in the river, huh?
Don't roll the window down.
Yeah. What fuel stop are we at there, sir?
Oh, this is Maverick. It's a chain out west here. What are we, $5.55 on the pump price?
And what's your price?
They give you 10 cents off if you get their own debit card attached, directly to a bank account. So that's better than there's 3 MUDFLAPs in the area, but they don't give too much of a discount here lately.
Yeah, and there's
And
not
I've
much
got-
up in that area. You're up in Idaho. There's not much up in that area, anyways.
Yeah.
They really
I've
got to
got
work on that
data and
West Coast.
2 EFSs, and this is still beating everything. So I'm paying $5.45 here the last couple of days. It went up
Damn.
13 cents since Friday.
485 MUDFLAP in South Dakota, just outside of. Well, it's not just outside, but it's kind of outside of Grand Rapids.
So
That was a Casey's, I think.
here's the question of the day. It's kind of an uncomfortable one. Where's your breaking point? Have you thought? I'm sure you've given that some thought. Everybody kind of does in the back of their mind, don't they? Or is it just kind of one of those things where you're like, I'll know it when I get there?
Yeah, I guess when they take
No,
away
when you
my
get
fuel
there, yeah.
surcharge.
With both feet, have you started that contract that you were talking about?
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Okay.
It's regional. Yeah, less 140 miles one way.
Okay.
twice a day, round trips.
So you're on
So,
surcharge,
yeah,
so
I
it
can
doesn't
get-
matter quite as much.
Yeah, it's really a blessing that they agreed to the surcharge when I got set up with them.
Good deal. Good deal. Yep. Benedetto, thanks for stopping in. Big supporter of the channel. Channel member, thanks. Trucking and Fixing with Ryan says great live stream support. Thank you. Everybody go check out Trucking and Fixing with Ryan. That's a essential channel. That's an essential. There's certain channels that are essential you be subscribed to. That's one of them right there. You're gonna learn a
Fixing with
lot.
Ryan, ain't he the one with the Kenworth that bought the shop and all that?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
building a nice shop there. I'm a little envious. He's got a really nice shop where he works on things, and I have a shop that doesn't have electricity yet.
Does he want to put a set of cams in? I'll help him.
Hey, you let him make a video on it, I bet he might. I don't know. Hit him up.
I don't know how long the rest of the engine will last, but
Well, at least he can pull the cams back out and sell them on eBay. Oh
Yeah.
man.
hey, about
You're
that,
still waiting?
about fuel stealing fuel cards and stuff. What I did is I ended up getting an A to B card and then linked it with my MUDFLAP and my my other app, like the I guess Loves. If you do the quick pay, you can link a debit card to it or not. And I just do that. So if anything happens, the credit card just, they pretty much just refund the money right away.
Now, don't some of them? I never really used it because I'm not really the tech type. But don't some of them have where you can link your fuel card to your points card, or don't some of them have this little transponder?
Yeah, that's what. That's what I got. A transponder in the window. Yeah.
But how hard is it to clone something? If they can clone your credit card, can they just walk across the fuel pumps back and forth all day and just grab that transmitted data?
You still need your PIN at the pump and everything.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe that's a more secure way to do it.
It just when you're automatically when you pull in, it knows that you want fuel, and you just go in, you put your number in, and then it tells you, ask reefer, truck fuel, or whatever, or DEF, and you just click on it, and it takes off, I don't know, the extra minute of doing all the steps, I guess.
Okay. So you
Yeah,
were
I was going to say, I guess, if you can go in and pay at the fuel desk. I mean, it's kind of a pain, but
I think that's what I would do at this point. Like, it's probably the most secure, unless the person behind the counter is freaking swiping your card when you walk away and scamming you. But
yeah, right.
That's happened.
Yeah,
I've had that happen at a hotel.
Ah, jeez.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
And it didn't come with a happy ending either. So
it's the best you can hope for. Shan Brown says, I'll start running for you next week, bro. I need that $5 off per gallon fuel card from you. Oh man, if I had a $5 per off gallon fuel card, man, I'd be the thing right now, man.
Yeah, you do. It's called a siphon.
Yeah. What did Cash say? A bilge pump with a garden hose or something?
Yeah, Ryobi freaking pump. Yeah, bilge pump.
Yeah.
You can run it off his generator.
There you go.
Yeah.
I think I'm about to get a new front end here by, one of those good drivers that you need a translator.
I'm gonna go ahead and say you look like your liver's hurt. Your back hurts. You don't look so good. He hasn't even hit you yet. Know what I'm saying?
You can't change the camera around on these, can you?
No.
Dang.
Jake
Rozier. I can.
Oh, maybe.
Oh,
Jake
no.
says I bought a 60 series Columbia, own it outright and debt free. Should I search?
So I'm in a park. I'm in a parking spot, and he's like literally backing into the parking spot I'm in.
You might want to give her the bighorn.
Yeah, I'm getting ready.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, it might be the best out for you right now.
Yeah, I know. I'll make sure you know. Hey, I'll freaking. I don't know what he did. It caught fire too when he did it. I feel bad for the guy next to me, but
you got 140 witnesses right now.
He gave up.
Okay.
You should see this. This is not hard of a spot. There he is turning around. Like he couldn't get into the spot right here.
Talk about 40 acres, man. You might have 50
Like
acres
look,
there.
like look, yeah.
Hey,
Jeez.
less than $600 for me today. Not bad.
Oh my gosh. 5.
Hey, if he was
Wow.
a Swift driver, he'd probably be reading the back of his plate right now because he probably would have ran up over me already. So,
Yeah.
but,
Jake wants to know if he should stay with his current company or
oh, now he's
find
going to try to
somewhere else.
He's going to try to blindside back in now.
That'll work.
Yeah.
Jake, if it's working for you where you're at, hey, might not be so bad to stay. See how things shake out. Give it,
I tell you what,
make a change.
the rates ain't getting any better.
Yeah, I don't really I don't really want to say that, but
hey,
you're not wrong.
how's what is it? $4,000 for a tarp load out of what is it? Wyoming for a 47,000 pound load out to what is it? Greencastle, PA.
Was it at about 1,700 miles?
About 19
for
for $4,000.
Well,
Yeah. Wyoming's pretty hard to get out of, isn't it?
yeah, I was gonna say for Wyoming it might not be too bad, but
I don't know. I don't like running for free. It'd be different if fuel was like $3.50 a gallon.
Yeah,
Right.
that's the thing right now. These rates would be, not half as bad if fuel wasn't what $550 for 96 gallons.
Yeah, 524.
Yeah.
Here, I want to see how professional this guy is right here.
But the view's good.
Well, it looks like he's going to stop and get out and look. That's a plus.
No, he's not.
Oh,
All right.
Clayton Truckin says I'm on.
He has too much. He has too much weight in the damn trailer. He can't jackknife it that hard enough.
Bucking too hard. $329 for a CR England PM at Love's last week. Yeah, we were getting them for like $250 for a while. I think the price has gone up, but that's a pretty good price for a PM on that CR England plan.
Walmart has those 2-gallon jugs of Delco. I think it's called I don't know. It's mobile Dello. It was like it's like $10.
Do they have enough oil change?
Yeah, a few of them do, at least around me. They go fast though.
Yeah.
But hey, that's cheap. And a filter, there you go. Grease some stuff and you're done.
Mm-hmm. Michael says when fuel goes to $8 or more, food will go up 35%. I think it'd be more than that. Honestly, it's already. What are they talking? Like some places, eggs are $12 a dozen. It's insane. I saw somewhere.
I have a friend in Hall's DEF. He's saying it's getting pretty bad about their storage tanks.
Like low, empty.
Like they got 5 storage tanks and they're down to like 1.5, and they're like 1 million gallons a piece or something like that.
Well, I keep hearing that like June, July is the crunch time for DEF. This is the time that they're saying the crisis is going to hit. So I don't know. I'm feeling pretty good about my old orange Schneider truck right now that doesn't use DEF.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah, really.
You think rates might come up for us then?
Well, unless they enact something that says everybody can delete their truck, and I don't see them doing that.
Yeah, I don't think California would like that very much.
No,
either.
They're not going for that noise. So, hey, if I'm the only one that can run my truck, I'll make $1 million. I'll drop a video every now and then.
Hey, if fuel goes up to $10 a gallon, believe it or not, my miles per gallon, I'm gonna end up charging freaking $20 a mile. That's a lot.
Good luck getting it. But either we'll get all that money, or that orange truck will be worth $750,000.
Hey, I'll probably have to haul all military freight because I have to freaking move it around to keep the riots down.
Right?
That's a no. Yeah, that's. Is it too far from reality? I don't know.
Well, my buddy was like, "Oh, I'll just switch over to reefer when that happens because people are gonna need food and everything." I said, "Good luck getting through some of those towns."
They need food. They need food, but doesn't mean you're going to be the one to haul it. Just like, reefer. You want another thing to put fuel in? Honestly, reefer fuel's $100 a day now. What's it going to be then? I don't know.
What
There
happened?
needs,
When are they gonna bring out those battery pack reefers? You ever seen them?
yeah, I
They,
got
they literally slide them in and plug them up like a disposable unit or something. Or
yeah. Well, a couple of the ones I have are equipped for that. Not that particular thing, but when they sit in the yard, you can plug them in instead of running it off a diesel.
there you go, plug
They
them in
have
your
that
house there.
capability. Yeah,
Huh.
yeah.
All right. Hey, Adam,
Yeah.
I got a boogie. I got to get back on the road, but just want to
All
say
right.
hi. Thanks for
Yeah.
having me on.
Anytime. Thanks
Velox,
for
if you're
coming in.
still watching,
Go make
yeah,
that
Nick,
money.
if you're still watching, have a good trip. Safe move there, buddy.
Yeah. Welcome to freedom.
You guys all have a good one. Take care.
Take it easy. Yeah. You had to move from California to Tennessee and enjoy that freedom.
Yeah, I'll say. How about that income tax?
Yeah. Boy, the amount of money you'd save in taxes would probably be a year's wages.
That's fine. I've been thinking about making that move too.
Mm.
So
I
I just don't
almost
want to
did.
be that. I don't want to be that close to Western Express though.
No?
Don't want my truck stolen. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man. Oh man, I'm behind on your. I didn't even get into some of your comments now. Sorry about that. Daryl M says, "Wait till containers stop coming in. China's completely shut down. Nothing is leaving the shores." Yeah, they were saying FreightWaves was saying 41% in month over month. So that's
They
pretty
got those
substantial.
people. They got those people scared stiff over there. I was just watching a video where they showed the guy videotaping with his phone, them, acting like, oh, I'm tired, no,
But they are. Did you see in Shanghai? It is such a tight lockdown. They don't let people out of their homes. In the middle of the night, they all open their windows and scream like, "We're dying. We're starving." They fly drones around. We probably shouldn't be talking about this. Probably get the video taken down for it. But there's somebody showing they were flying drones around saying, "Resist your natural urge to freedom. It's just an
Well,
illusion."
there's a couple container ships that are stuck on dry dock there. They're like American citizens stuck in them, and they're like bringing them like half rotted food and shit to eat.
Yeah. What? Why don't we help Americans anymore? Like, we don't even help our own anymore.
Collateral damage.
That's sick. It's absolutely sick.
Unless they can launder some of that tax dollars to go save them, they ain't gonna do it.
That's a whole nother topic.
Yeah, I know.
Julio Marcelo said, "Just got it with Landstar account. Bridgestone R213s for $351. Hey, that's a great price. That's a great price. Dang, chat just jumped on me. Where?
I bought four sets of four sets of drive tires. No, actually eight, all eight last year for. Well, yeah, it was last year for I think like $3,200 for eight for Yokohamas or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then the following year, I ended up getting rid of that truck, and I had not this truck, but a different truck. And I bought the same tires, and it almost doubled in price.
Wow. Michael touched my like button. Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Michael. Daryl says, "We don't have the refiners to refine that tar sand oil." Yeah, that is true. But it's still that oil ends up in a global supply. Plus, you got light sweet crude, you got heavy crude, you got different kinds of crude. I think the American one we like is light sweet crude.
It's all right. We'll sell that oil to China.
Well, I mean, what happened?
They'll refine
That
it.
oil goes somewhere else, but you take that out of the oil supply, and the places it was supposed to go goes looking for their oil somewhere else, and that is, are they getting it from where we get our oil from? And then you're in competition for the same oil. It's everything's tied. It's traded as a global commodity.
Well, if we didn't destroy the U.S. dollar, we wouldn't have that problem.
Yeah. Plus, the petrodollar. There's so much. You could name off 50 things that are screwing it up right now, and still not touch the bottom.
I tell you what I'm more worried about is this runaway inflation.
It's a problem. I tell you, the next shoe to drop is food. It's food.
Everything. Then I just heard that Warren Buffett just bought, I don't know, a bunch of salty gold or some kind of crap.
Yeah, there's some certain metals you want to invest in right now. I'll tell you. Buffer and
It's getting
everybody.
bad.
Yeah. Chalplex says had his tanks emptied twice at the same 49er truck stop in Kentucky. I-75 exit 49. Second time I notified the cashier inside and she didn't even raise a brow. Maybe she's the one stealing it from you, putting back in the tanks to sell it again.
Well, what are they going to do about it? They walk out there and find the guy stealing it. They probably wind up with a few holes in them.
Yep, looking down a 45.
Look what they're doing with the damn catalytic converters.
Yeah, in broad daylight? What the hell's up with that?
And shooting people over it.
Yeah. I don't like. You are brave.
If that doesn't show you how desperate people are getting.
Yeah. Copper's the next big commodity, by the way. With the heavy push for all electric vehicles and stuff.
Make sure you build a box around your air conditioner.
Yeah. Oh, Michael says, you and Cash are so cool. Thanks for getting on here. Well, thank you. I have never been accused of being one of the cool kids. That's for damn sure. The Insult Investor says, hey, well, thanks for coming in.
Not watching the Brady Bunch.
Marsha. Best steer tires for the money. What you got? I don't know. Dollar for dollar. I like the Yokohamas.
I actually like Bridgestones.
Bridgestones,
I've had good. Yeah, they've lasted very long for me.
Get your good pricing on them. You know, make sure you're getting the good pricing. Get a good discount program on them. What are you using for discount pricing?
What am I using? Harbor Bay 3H impact and a bottle jack.
For buying your tires, I mean.
Oh, okay. Well,
you're just stealing them off somebody else's truck? Okay. See, I'm a little slow. A little naive. You get a good discount on a tire rim combo, don't you?
Yeah, tire rim combo. I make sure I find the polished ones first.
There you go. Oh man.
Now, really discount. Usually, what I do, there's a little tire shop. It's called Steve Shannon's Tires, and they're like a little regional thing to Pennsylvania, but they do mostly car tires. But some of their places actually have a bay for truck tires and stuff. And I usually get my tires to them, and they're usually almost as cheap as some of these big discount programs.
Yeah,
they're just not really in it for the truck tires. I don't know. It's just
I got an account at Pomps. They're the second biggest chain in the country now, I guess, and they give me pretty good pricing. It's like $20-$30 a tire higher than what I can get on the national programs. Sometimes if I'm in a super hurry, I'll just throw it on my account rather than using the pricing. But you can do pretty good through some dealers. Get pretty close.
And even if you find like a little local chain, if you talk to them, they'll usually set you up with something.
Yeah. Give them a song and dance. I'm so poor. I can't.
Just tell them you'll send them business, something for them to do.
Yeah. Give you nobody a shout out on my YouTube channel.
Nobody else is going in there. You know what I mean?
There you go. Cash is King Trucking says, is $3,000 too much for a new refrigerator? Comes without food. They used to come fully stocked for $3,000.
What's he buying? A Nancy Pelosi refrigerator?
I don't know. Elliot Jameson's gonna retire. 1 more year, can retire at 51 with a state job. There you go. That's
I said something. I said something about that. You'll see it.
Uh-oh. You stirring the pot? Oh, there you go. The rate inflation's going. I don't know if you'll be able to retire at 51. Hell, it might not be enough money to pay you here eventually. Yeah, you know what I think we're going to see a lot of is geo arbitrage. So you work for the government your entire life, or draw a military pension or any kind of pension at all. Say you're drawing $3-4 grand a month. Hey, you're out of here. You're Thailand. You're Philippines. You're somewhere else in this world.
I don't know. You sure you want to do that though with the way things are going?
Yeah. No.
Nobody helping you then.
That's true, but man,
they're gonna with their hunger, they're gonna be eating somebody, and it's gonna be nice white crispy meat.
You sure they'll cook it first?
Yeah, well, I don't know. What's that one country that's having that no fuel and their like whole economy crash that they're freaking out? Bangladesh? Is it Bangladesh? There's one of them right now that's like riding and stuff go over that.
Oh,
They don't say much about it, but
like Sri Lanka or down
Sri
over
Lanka,
there.
yeah, something like
Sri
that.
Lanka,
Yeah,
something like that. I saw they were rioting over food. You know, they're like, we need bread, we need this and that. Yeah, and the government. What did he do? He crashed their currency like overnight. The
sounds
guy
like a
they
few other
elected.
countries I know about.
Man.
At least, hey, I'm sure his guy can make their guy can make full, complete sentences.
Oh, now see, I don't want to get this taken down. We'll have to
Hey.
we'll have to talk off the air. uh Chowplex says he's got a fridge for cash for $3,000. He'll throw in some flip flops. How long does it take for a new registrant to get a portion of plates these days? It
Shouldn't be that long.
No, it should be. You fill out the application, get them into your state in a couple days. Most of them, I don't know, since the pandemic or whatever, you can't go in person. Like Wisconsin, you can't do that in person anymore. But even through the mail, or they'll grant you an online account, it shouldn't take but a few days.
I found it a lot easier to go through an outside agent and just have them do it.
Yeah. See, Wisconsin, you get an account. You go through their account now. If I apply, I got the temporary registration instantly. It comes to my email, and then the plate comes in the mail a few days later. So I don't know. Every state does it so different. I know. I just had a guy do it.
That sounds like a good way for certain kind of turban people to slap all registrations on their 6 trucks for one.
Come on now. Now you're just getting me. You're gonna get me in trouble. I get accused of all kinds of things. Let's see. Where we at? No problem. We all get busy.
Did we get to the 800,000 401k yet?
I might have missed that. 800,000.
Yeah, that's what Elliot said he had with that state job.
State jobs don't usually have a 401. Oh, there we go. They don't usually have a 401k, isn't it? What's it called in a government job? It's called something else, isn't it?
A scam?
Taxpayer money? I don't know. Maybe they have both. You know what? I'm talking something I know nothing of, so I shouldn't. You lost 58 grand in your Vanguard account. I was looking at mine the other day. I'm quite satisfied. I'd like to get back into doing Friday videos. I'm quite satisfied with the way mine's working out. It's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. I'm down like 4% for the year. I'm quite pleased about that.
A little more than that.
Let's
just say the last time I've lost that amount of money, it was there's a certain other guy in office that everyone praised too.
Woodrow Wilson?
I lost. Yeah, right. Yeah, that was Reagan. Reagan, yeah.
Oh, thanks for coming in, Elliot. I know you got to go to bed. Appreciate it.
He's got to count all that money.
Yeah. CCCS bought my Chinese electric APU. No more running overnight engine. Save fuel. What kind of Chinese APU did you buy?
They're like $900 on eBay.
What?
They run off 12 volts.
Tell me about it.
Well, they're like any other APU. They just go on the back wall, and then the thing goes inside. You just run your lines, and then you hook it up to. I guess they make a 12 and 24 volt system.
It was like a mini split or something.
Yeah, kind of like a mini split. It looks exactly like a normal APU on it. You have the condenser on the back wall, and then the other thing just runs through the wall and into the. I guess it runs off a 12 volt compressor, and then it runs into the cab.
You got to have a separate
kind of like
battery bank for that. How many batteries?
It looks like idle air practically, I guess.
Why am I just hearing about this? What's CCCS? What's the name of that system, if you don't mind? I'd like to look that up.
Good luck. Probably Ching Chong Chow or Great Wave Woo-Wah or it is something weird. But there's tons of them. They got a bunch of them sitting in California on eBay and Amazon.
They've been sitting in those containers for a year now.
I was even thinking about doing it, but I got the second bunk up there, so it'd be kind of hard to put on the back wall. So
okay,
but I figured either I would what I've been trying to toy around with is one of those small Chinese diesel engines. and then hook it up to a alternator, and then run it onto a battery bank, and then power that
Okay.
off the battery bank.
How much is that Chinese
But-
diesel engine?
Like $300.
All right, here comes another
But
one.
you'd have to fabricate mounts and then put it in a box, and it
$900
ain't gonna
is
be like
nothing.
it ain't gonna be slapped. I would say if you actually invested into it, like what I was thinking, because I tried to do it one night, just thinking about it, and I figured maybe $2,000, you could probably have yourself one. The biggest thing is finding the right generator controller to turn it on and off for voltage and stuff.
Yeah.
But
I pissed
about
away
it.
$900 on dumber things. I'll be honest with you.
I spent a lot more than that on dumber things like my ex-wife.
Oh, damn it, boy. Ashley McGee says, I'm going to buy a sail for my truck and trailer. The government will probably charge taxes per CFM of wind.
Hey, did the EPA slap a sticker on that sail?
A clean idle sail? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, JH, it's up $5 super chat. I appreciate it. I'm one of a very few in Cali driving 55. Company drivers are going to speed themselves out of a job. Slow down. Must be Amazon crap. 7.2 miles per gallon for me. I always got great fuel mileage in California, no matter what, because I stayed pretty close to the speed limit there. Cash says, we buy Uncrustables by the gross case. We get the factory discount. Yeah, you're getting them Costco Crustable boxes. Oh, you're going to that U.S. Foods in Allentown.
Oh
Yeah,
my God.
We go there all the time.
Yeah, it's got better or no?
Really, not too many problems. Not too
Yeah,
many.
well, they let the pallet on me, and then kicked me out of there. And the security came in, and I said, "Well, I'm not leaving until this fucking pallet's off." Well, the warehouse is gone for the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on, Fate Trucking?
Oh, not much. I heard you talking a little bit about inflation, and I thought I would share something real quick. I just went grocery shopping to stock up for the stuff I need in my truck.
Mm-hmm.
I bought 30 items. It almost came to $100.
Yeah,
And there was
I spent $100 on food too. So far, I'm trying to stretch it out to 2 weeks.
Yeah,
But it's hard. I'm actually eating canned goods a good amount now, unfortunately.
bread was $4. Eggs were $2.99. We used to be able to get eggs at this store for 99 cents. Hey, hon, what's up?
You know what's really weird is how milk prices are throughout the country.
Milk
Like,
is so subsidized, though. It's hard.
I can
you don't
buy
get a fair.
like I bought milk in Illinois, a half a gallon for like $1.48. But if I go back to where I live over in Pennsylvania, shit, I think like a half gallon milk's like almost like $3.15 or something.
But I mean, in relation to everything else, milk in the store has not escalated proportionately to everything else. You know what I mean? Like eggs have tripled in price. Milk hasn't.
Yeah, it's still the same price it was about 2 years ago.
It's so subsidized, and the farmers, you know, even when the price goes high, the farmers don't see a penny of that.
Well, I don't know. Even though I've watched a documentary before about Monsanto and Tyson and stuff and all that crap. They almost get as like ripped just as bad as these lease operators do. Like
farmers?
the way their contracts are written and stuff.
It's worse.
Well, yeah, I know they can get sued and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I can't believe nobody cares about that.
No, I've got a lot of family in farming still, and it's if you got to have a passion for it. And
what I hate is like with trucking. So I'm providing a service, just like let's say the truck dealer. So I'm providing a service. They name their prices. That you don't go over there and negotiate your price with Freightliner or Kenworth or anything. What they tell you the job's going to be, that's what the job's going to be.
Yeah.
I can't do that. Well, I could, but it doesn't work very well.
No, just like farmers, they don't get to set their price for milk. We don't. I mean, you know, company and contract freight, you get to set your freight rate if they'll pay it.
The customer sets their price for milk,
right?
And the customer sets their price for the chicken, and
the milk factory sets the price for milk.
Yeah,
in the dairy. Yeah, it's
I just thought it was outrageous how much 30 items. And I bought a pack of pork chops and I'm trying to think. I bought some jalapeno cheddar wursts or whatever, and that was the only like meat products I bought.
I'm trying not to like bust on you, but it's all right.
All right, man.
he's accustomed to
I'm
it.
used to taking it.
You got
There
leave
we
the
go
KY
again.
jelly out of there.
There we go again.
Oh man.
Oh shit.
TBT says they skimmed his card from the inside of the machine. Sounds like an inside job.
Yo, you got to keep it out of those glory holes.
Oh, come on now. Rich Taco in the house. What up? Thanks for coming in. Man, you guys with some of these comments, I can't even read them. They're good. I like it, but I can't read it. Oh, TBT says, Sterling, it's DIY's fault. When in doubt, blame DIY t-shirts. Coming soon. I might as well make it. Put it in the merch store. Maybe somebody will buy that.
Hey, you should make like an outlook of like fuel's going to go down to $2 a gallon and rates are going to go up. Maybe it'll happen, you know.
Ooh. How about we do a live stream from, what are we going to call it? Never Neverland?
No, rub my magic lamp.
Shop Fee says, damn, Daddy Cash definitely getting this channel canceled. Yeah, it might happen. It might happen. We got to watch that these days. Well, I'm not even going to say that. Somebody else has done things far worse on their channel and not getting canceled. But you say something about what's going on right now, and they'll give you a slap on the wrist or worse. And you only get 2 slaps on the wrist, and you're out.
Hey, you want me to do this shirtless? I can do it shirtless, like other guys, you know.
That's not so bad. They have fraud is made for the consumer, not the scammer. All right, I must have missed something there. One of those T-shirts. Oh, we'll have to get them in the merch store. Coming soon, I guess. Moto Justin 4. Is spot market as bad as people making it? I'm leased to a mega carrier and still doing well for reefer loads. Yeah, it's a bag of crap right now. I'll tell you what. It's still going down a little too. You got spots of sunshine here and there. You got different produce seasons in different areas.
I can't even get a broker to constantly give me like loads. Even just trying to give a broker your number and just having them, they don't bother because they can always find it done, cheaper.
Yeah, they don't know you next week.
Yeah.
Fate Truckin', you're not going to want to hear this, but our old Reliable out on the East Coast cut our rates.
I'm not doing it then. I'm not being mean.
Well, no, we'll talk about it. We're in negotiations.
Is it a really shitty? Is it a really shitty area? Just roundabouts?
Yeah, but they're good loads for. Yeah, they're okay. It's it's not over. It's not over. It's still worth doing.
You're not paying $1 million in tolls, right?
No.
Mm-hmm.
You can dodge every single toll. Oh, yeah. I take that back. You might have to pay one, but
yeah.
I was waiting for you to say, "Oh, I have to go over the George Washington."
No,
it's still farther south than that. But
my neck of the woods.
Yeah, I mean, I've never seen, even during the shutdowns of the pandemic, I've not seen reefer freight this poor out of Wisconsin. Wisconsin and Minnesota are always strong as hell area.
I know when this shit literally happened like in a day, because I remember it was a Wednesday going into a Thursday, and I was actually right in northeast. Actually, no, I was out on Long Island. I was looking for a load, like in New Jersey and stuff. And I pull up the board, and I'm like, it's fucking like 9 o'clock, and there's like 54 loads.
Yeah,
and it was literally overnight, just poof.
But now, see, volumes is a little better. Like, for instance, like late 2019, early 2020, they're on a lane a lot from Wisconsin to Allentown, Pennsylvania. And even during the lowest of the pandemic there, like 3,000 was the lowest it kind of went, 2,800. They're trying to pay $22,000 on that now. 3 months ago, it was getting $5,000. Average
You know, it's
normal
weird.
rate on
I
that
did
was
some.
about
I did some.
3,400.
I did some pretty half decent flatbed loads out of like the Allentown area to like Minnesota and Minneapolis and stuff.
Yeah.
I
It's
don't know what it is now.
top
I
10
haven't looked,
market.
but who knows? It could have dropped out.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm because I'm over here looking at this crap.
Yeah.
Shaking my head.
Allentown's a top 10 market.
That whole area is usually pretty good.
Yeah.
Allentown, Bethlehem, that whole area.
Yeah, and it's tough. We've spent a lot of time building good relationships here for the last 2 years, and some of them are still holding up. My customers, it's off season for them; they don't have much to ship. But a lot of these places,
weird?
They don't know you.
You know what I've been having? I've made $40 already in gift cards from shippers saying, "Hey, you want to take a questionnaire?" And them asking me how they can operate more efficiently, what kind of menus they can provide to drivers.
Really?
Yeah.
Not seen that.
Who just did that? The last one just did it was Sherwin. Was it Sherwin? Not Sherwin Williams. Sherwood Lumber in Palmer, Mass.
Okay.
Yeah, they gave me a freaking was a $10 gift card to DQ for answering their, whether we
Nice.
want to put a shower in. I was like, a shower. I said, okay, good luck with that. I said, better put some trash cans in.
So $10 gift card, you could go in there and get a small cone. And for another $10, you could have ice cream put in it.
Yeah, the way it's going, yeah. I'll save it for Christmas. By that time, shit.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's just weird.
Why is it every day I talk to you, it's bad news?
Because it is.
Hey, I keep you from a lot of it. I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, I try not to be. I just tell you the truth.
I know. I appreciate it.
I tell you the truth.
You know what? I bet you antidepressant sales have went up through the roof.
Yeah, I mean, illicit drugs, I bet you are sky high.
It's funny. It's funny you said that. I was talking to. I ended up making a delivery of these plastic tanks out of Minnesota out to up there in New England, and the place I delivered it to was pretty much like a weed factory. Like literally the whole second floor of this, I don't know, 300-400 foot long building was just nothing but marijuana on the top floor.
Oh, in Massachusetts?
Yep, Massachusetts.
Weird. Yeah. So we still don't have that here.
The guy said they're making money hand over fist.
Oh, I believe it.
And I'm sure tax dollar. I want to know if they're making this much money, where's all the tax dollars going from it? You think that things would start picking up a little bit,
you're not supposed to ask those questions.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rich Dago says my air conditioning is leaking water on the passenger floorboard. I added a longer outside drain hose. That wasn't the problem. It's leaking somewhere. We got water.
It's clogged, or there's a crack in the box or something somewhere.
Yeah. Is there water?
Some JB Weld and a freaking coat hanger.
Yeah. Check that hose.
Not for his wife, but for the hole. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. Come on now. Jeez. Well, I'm gonna pretend like I didn't hear that. Sorry, I'm just gonna ignore that hole. Yeah, we'll slice that out. Jalpek says Tyson Plant in Iowa is paying $28 an hour and a $5,000 sign-on bonus. Looked up rent there, and it's $600 to $800 a month. Damn it! If you can stand the smell, it might be a good job.
For now, it's $600 to $800 a month.
Yeah, sign a long-term lease if you move there. You want like a 5 to 10 year lease.
I live in a little coal town, and for a long time, you could get like a 3-bedroom house, like a what are they called, like a duplex or whatnot. You get rent one out, a nice, decent one for like $650, $700. Certain area of people moved down in that area, and now they're buying up all this property, and now they're trying to get $1,500 a month with basically slapping some paint on the walls. Slap the paint over the flies, the bugs, and be like, "Yep, it's $1,500 a month now." Yeah, the mold.
Yeah, my area was seems like one of the last hit by this rent thing. It is just skyrocketing here now. This is just crazy, just crazy. Rich Taco says just pulled the recirculation filter under the glove box. It was so nasty and it's still leaking. Like you said, you probably got a crack around your evaporator core, and there's plastic, or the hose is leaking, or it's back plugged up and it can't drain fast enough.
It's hard not to charge higher rent when your tenants are pulling up in brand new Jaguars and Mercedes Benz and Ferraris, you know, from all that Build Back Better.
Is that what it is?
Yeah. Oh, and the cheap
How
fuel
come I
prices.
don't have one?
Huh.
You really don't want one of the way things break down for you. I'm in the same boat. I'm in the same boat. So,
that was a good one.
Michael Anderson,
Bravo.
I'm going drive in, have a hood truck 6 miles a gallon, looking for better fuel economy, and get yourself a Freightliner Cascadia. Can't go wrong with that. Cash says
about the rebuilds on those. I guess you're talking about the rebuilds on those Cascadias. If I had like 1 million miles on my Cascadia, I'd be looking to probably get like a used, you know, wrecked truck with a low mileage on it and throw it in, and then just rebuild the DPF or take it off the truck that was wrecked.
Yeah,
That might be
I
the
think
only way you'd probably
that would be a lot more cost effective, I think, than spending all that money and then having all those problems still. Because there's some of these places that give a really good warranty on used low mileage engines. Well, they'll just pretty much hand you another one if it goes.
they're going to get hard to come by, though. You know, it's like everything else.
I guess if people are, but a lot of these big fleets, though, they don't think about little things like that until, at least I haven't seen. A lot of them will only do in frames. They won't touch used or
or they'll put it on, but then say, okay, no warranty.
Yeah.
Michael White says he's got a 06 Columbia with a 14-liter Detroit, 90,000 on the rebuild, set up for end dump. What's it worth in this market? In this market, we're kind of on the downslide here, but
come to Minnesota.
Before all this craziness, you're probably like $15,000 or $10,000. But
government might hire you for that end dump when things hit the fan.
Haul the bodies or what?
All the bodies.
Yeah, all the bodies.
They're just they'll haul truckloads of grain to the center of town, and you come and scoop up your ration with a bucket and carry it home.
No, they gotta put the green soil in something.
Or is it to
soil and greens? Yeah.
To bring all the inflated currency and just dump it on the ground, and you just grab wheelbarrows full and go buy a dozen eggs.
I gotta go to bed.
What?
Oh, man.
What? Too wine for you?
Like
it's 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock? Where the hell are you at?
I live in Minnesota, Central Time.
Oh yeah, I'm out here in
I gotta go back to work tomorrow.
About damn time. Did you see I sent you 3 loads?
I did. I saw that.
Just don't screw it up.
You're gonna do them all at once, right?
Might be late.
It's all right. It happens. It happens.
Make that money.
Rich Taco says, I worked at the oil fields of California from 06 to 16. There's plenty of oil, and they keep finding it after 120 plus years of drilling. Wouldn't doubt it. Wouldn't doubt it. Erie says, no cheap freight, period. All right.
God, I hate that phrase.
Jeffrey Wilson
I
says,
hate it now because it's almost, you can't take anything that isn't cheap just about now.
We're getting to the point where $5 a mile is going to be cheap if diesel's $10 a gallon. Honestly,
they ain't going to be paying $5 a mile though.
No.
So regular fuel here in Minnesota is $4.80 a gallon.
For diesel?
No, for regular unleaded
gasoline.
It jumped from $4.24 to $4.80 a gallon.
$5.20 in Pennsylvania.
Ah.
And my wife said it's gone up like almost like 5 to 10 cents every other day.
We're going to see that demand destruction sooner than people are thinking.
I want to know what 4th of July is going to look like when the typical, vacation season really gets going, what they're going to do with the fuel.
If that's a bust, I mean, there goes a lot of your transportation needs.
I kind of bet and planned on when this started going haywire that we're probably going to see $7 a gallon in July for diesel.
Oh, we'll be there.
That's what
it'll take that long at this rate?
Yeah, I think they'll probably slowly get there until like right as July 1st, they'll probably knock it up to like 7 in most places.
What is this? Patriot 2020? I hope this ain't true. My buddy is building 900 specialized pump trucks for a company. The company has a contract with the government to go around and fill up oil and gas wells with high pressure concrete. That better not be true.
I would not surprise me one bit.
I'm gonna be honest with you, it wouldn't surprise me. If that is true, hold on to your hat. I mean, serious. How many wells could 900 trucks fill? One, each one of them, one or two, depending on how far they got to travel.
You gotta save some of that. You gotta save some of that fuel and oil and stuff for the new regime that comes in.
God help us if that's true. Patriot 2020.
I bet you also, Brandon's brother decided to buy a bunch of concrete plants too.
This is something I have not heard before. Good Lord help us if it is true. And Patriot,
What?
I am not calling you a liar. I just hope that somebody is yanking your chain. I hope that somebody's yanking your chain. I'd like to know where I can find out.
I know a lot of people in the oil field. They said, a lot of the times that it's gone downhill, that this is probably the worst time ever. That it's kind of been getting really funky. Like they have an odd, weird feeling about it. Out in the oil field, the gas field, and everything.
So this is kind of, when people say, "Oh, quit whining," or this or that, or you're being too negative. Like we talk about trucking. We're all in trucking. Obviously, we see a lot. We travel the country. We talk to a lot of different people. But like, if you step back and look at everything separate from just everything that's going on outside of trucking and just put it all together, like this guy's saying and what you're saying, and these people that work in the oil wells, what everybody's doing.
I guess that fate went to bed. Right.
He probably fell off his chair. It's not a pretty picture.
Well, good night, I guess.
Yeah,
for him.
That's how we do things. We just hang up on each other. I'm just kidding. He must have fell out. I did not bounce him out. I did not. I can't do that anymore. I'll get in trouble. Steering wheel holder. Oh, Shop Feed says, I'm hauling a load from Denver to Chicago for $1.25 a mile. So proud of myself. Damn it, boy.
I couldn't bring myself to do it. I think I would drive back for free, I think. Unless I went into Denver for like $10 a mile or something.
Denver's always a bad area. It's a bad area. I mean, I'm still getting really good rates from my customers when they have freight, and it'll pick up here in about 2 months. But that time between now and then it's tough. If they're paying good enough, when it picks up again, which they probably will, I might just send guys out and bring them back empty on every load.
Right now with customers and brokers, I would say the phrase that mostly sums everything up right now is nobody cares.
They don't.
They don't. Unless your kids are on the same baseball team as their kids, and you've been going to like hamburgers and flipping hamburgers with them and stuff. Nobody cares right now at all. They don't care how many loads you did for them. They don't care how well you did it, how much communication you did for them. Nobody cares.
You're right.
Because I keep having guys. I'll post something on Rates and Lanes, and they'll be like, "Oh, get a direct customer, get a direct broker, blah blah blah." Good freaking luck.
That's
hell. The direct customer I used to have ended up selling the business out to another, basically competitor, and then next thing you know, they have shareholders that they want to keep happy, and next thing you know, you're not making any freaking thing, and they're going to somebody else.
There is a little bit of that left. It's fading fast. Like, the people we're pulling for off the East Coast, they trying to cut the rates, and they bring somebody else in to do it, and they screw it up every single time. They ask for some very simple things for the drivers to do, and they don't do them. And
the problem is with the way their costs have gone up and everything. They're saving so much money that they can take that risk on that 1 or 2 loads a week that are getting really effed up.
These guys won't. They are hardcore about it, and my drivers do exactly what they tell them to do. I mean, there may come a point
they shouldn't have left their load to rate in the first place. Then
they will. We're hanging in there. We're talking, but I wouldn't stand a chance with anybody else.
Send them a good bottle of bourbon.
Well, my drivers, hats off to them and credit to them, and Fate Trucking's one of them. They go in there and they kiss ass, and they do exactly what that man asked them to do. He asked them to do some very simple things, and they do it, and that's benefiting
back in
them
the day.
right
Back in the day, kissing ass used to really mean something.
now you gotta do 80 degree turn and do something else. Rich Taco says, if you have to bury a body, go 8 feet deep and bury a dead animal 6 feet. Just saying. That's
you might as well keep going. See if you strike oil.
Don't bury them next to your drinking water either. I'll say that. TBT says he'll be selling those T-shirts soon if Cash doesn't. All right.
Make sure you copyright it.
Yeah, or at least hashtag it. We honor the hashtags here. Oh shoot, I missed something. Tim Rushing, $5 super sticker. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cash is King, $10 super chat. Says, I guess Fate Truckin', aka Mac and Cheese, can't afford super chats after going grocery shopping. Good point. That's a good point. Dang it. I'm gonna have to hit him up on that.
You know what though? He and a lot of people are going to be in the same. The way things are going with breaking down and the way prices are rising. There's going to be a lot of people in that same boat. I'm pretty much. I'll say it right now. If I have too much more shit go wrong, I'm going to be on the hairy edge of like trying to figure out what I'm going to do.
Cash has talked about that. He's like, I'm not about being out here and working for nothing. By the time I pay for fuel and breakdowns.
Yeah, I'm going to go get my shovel. Hold on.
Yeah. Make more as a company driver. I think a lot of people are having those thoughts. And
here's my shovel to get out of this right here.
Oh, that's gonna take you some time.
Well, it used to be bigger, but over time Inflation. It's gotten pretty small. Yeah.
Yeah. WCF Invader, how about a discussion on super singles versus duals? Getting ready to buy a set of 6 Michelins.
I wouldn't. To be honest, I would not want super singles right now. Could you? Because I've also heard the horror stories of road service right now.
Super singles is one of those things that can be very divisive. Some people love them, some people hate them. I have not.
If you never ever have a blowout, I'd say they're the best thing ever. If you have, but.
Yeah, I never ran them up until I bought a couple trailers that had them here in the last few months, and I'm not satisfied. We've gone through some tires, and a couple of them. One of them I put a brand new $1,200 tire on, and within 3 months, the sidewall had a crack in it. Son of a gun's got to come off. It's got 95% tread left on it. Can't even use it.
Does the tire brand start with an M?
It does not. But I believe,
like I said, they're very well known for dry rot and cracking like within like a year.
The way it's cracked, I believe somebody curbed it. What are you gonna do? And then, damn expensive.
Well, at least you didn't have to get a roads call for that curb tire.
I haven't had to have one yet. We've come close, but we've been able to limp them in.
I can't imagine what the bill is now for that.
It's, I
imagine if you pay $1,200. You paid $1,200 for a tire, right?
That was a tire and mounting and everything. I used balance beads, and it was disposal of the old one.
They're probably going to charge you $2,000 for that.
Oh, at least, depending on how far they got to go.
God forbid it's at night on a weekend or.
Yeah, I think Cash had a $2,000 call out on a tire. Yeah. So and the prices I can get on duals. I mean, obviously there's some fuel savings to be had, some weight savings to be had. It's one of those things, man. It's you love them or you hate them. Honestly, I'm not loving them. When you're in a position, you got to pay for multiple ones of them. I got 4 trailers with super singles now, and 2 of them they got the P spindles on them. They're gonna get switched over to duals when they need tires.
Do you have the self-inflating tire system?
I do. Have
you checked to make sure that's working properly?
Yes. Yeah,
I've heard a lot of stories about them, saying that they're at 1 and they're not, and you're running the tires half flat all the time. And
yeah, no, it's it's tire damages. I'll be honest with you. And then Maybe a few got curbed, and I don't see these tires sometimes for a couple of months. I don't know what happens to them.
Well, as long as they don't get hung up on what do they call them damn things? One of those concrete posts, and the guy just keeps pulling on it till it rips the tandems out.
And then keep going like nothing happened.
He probably got done with one of those $1.20 loads, and then accidentally did that, and was just like, I don't fucking care anymore.
Hey, sometimes you got to wreck it to make the payment. I've been told that. Clayton
Make sure you
says,
put the window down.
yeah, I buy a new DD15 instead of rebuilding. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what a crate motor costs for a DD15. I couldn't imagine.
A couple years ago, I had a Freightliner dealership quote me for a brand new long block on a ISX, and it was like $60,000.
Wow.
I had a Freightliner dealer though.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. AA says,
who knows what it is now?
Yeah, AA says just ask for the money. The broker will have it. They might have it. Doesn't mean they want to give it to you.
Give it to you. You better bring a gun with that conversation.
Oh man. Nope. I love Holland for $1.25. It makes me feel like it's 1980. Oh, you doing that safety dance? Shop fees.
Hey, wouldn't everything else be cheaper? Because there's a guy named Ronald Reagan, I think, in the office then.
Depends. Oh, here we go. Old school, new school says, I showed a couple of Burns and Allen shows to short little troll daughter. Used to have cassette tapes listening to Burns and Allen. Hey, that's the way to be, man. Steve Wildman's late to the party. That's right. Important thing is you made it. Cash is King says $3 a mile. I wouldn't turn my key for that. I have remote start. Oh, Cash is King trying to get me taken down. Oh man, we're talking about guns. Sorry about your monetization. Yeah, it'll probably have. Let me check and see if we've been demonetized yet. Yes, we have. Yes, we have been demonetized. You'll have that on a Tuesday. Oh man. Clayton says he finds it easier to back a manual. I might skip some comments here in hopes of getting my monetization back later. Vic Med says, last call, a Series 60 engine and a Freightliner Cascadia for 30 grand. Ooh, anybody looking for a Freightliner Cascadia with a Series 60 in it? Hit up Vic Med. He's got a channel.
There, yeah.
Vic, if you want to drop your email or contact information.
As long as that truck came with that Series 60 in it.
It did.
Yeah.
It did.
God, I got a hot shot trying to do the same thing.
Cassius King says, does that transponder turn the pump when I'm just taking my 30-minute break there? Oh, if you take your 30-minute break on the fuel island, is that Love's transponder going to turn the pump on for you?
No, I don't think it does. As long as you're out from the fuel pump, it ain't going to do it.
Yeah, Cash says if that guy backs into you, tell him he damaged the cams and the engine.
That's why I said maybe, I'll freaking, it must have shorted a wire out and caused the fire.
Yeah.
I have it insured for like 50 grand, so.
Vic says California fuel is at $6.88. What's the plan, Vic? What's the plan? Come on in here and talk about it if you want to. I always like to hear what you got to say. I was checking out your live stream yesterday, but I was doing something else at the same time. Uh-oh, this don't sound good.
Come in on an angle like this. Go like that way.
Steve says, hold on, let me mute him a second. You have an old video, replace the plates on the springs for the orange truck. Was that the final solution? Can you shout out the shop? Very old video. I have had zero problems with it since then. She is standing tall and proud, straight up and down. T&E Tire in Kansas City, Missouri is who you want to call on that. They'll know what to do. Tell them you got the problem with your airbags leaning. You want the new springs, and they'll know just what to do. They'll hook you up. Shellplex says, I wish I could get backed into these days. I'd be hurting all over. I keep a spare pee bottle just to dump on me and say, I peed myself too. Then you could get them for psychological damage and also trauma. Hop on a therapist's couch. Six Semper Tyrannis says, become ungovernable. You never know. You never know. Oh my gosh. Steve says, quote yesterday for 8 Michelin drives, $6,500. Wee doggies. We just got a set of 8 Yokohamas put on. 8 Yokohama drives, $3,400 for the tires, plus mounting and balancing. So I think that was, I think all in, it was like 38 all in. So that was pretty good. How 18-wheeler, how high will diesel go? My prediction is 951 a gallon. Where's that extra penny coming from? How do you get to 951 instead of 950? I don't know. The talking heads are talking $10 a gallon. Usually they say those things for a reason. I have no idea. Hey, it wouldn't surprise me a bit. At this point, are you really surprised by anything? Honestly, what would it take to surprise you right now? If you woke up tomorrow and diesel was $8 and a loaf of bread was $7 and a gallon of milk was $9, and would you just look and say, "Huh, I'll be darned," or would you be, upset? Probably wouldn't be shocked at all. There you go, MN Trucking. That's what I was looking for. 403B for a government worker. Thank you. Steve says, 18, have you thought about how high you can handle in your operation? I've been thinking about that. Yeah, we were just talking about that. Like, what's your breaking point? Everybody has one. Might be accused of whining talking about it, but I think it's a valid conversation. It's a valid thing to talk about. I've always said, in business, you can fail. Everybody's failed. I've failed. A lot of y'all have probably failed at one point or other. You can get up and try again. But I've always been on the opinion that's, if you're going to go out on your own terms. Don't be forced out. And to know, okay, here's my breaking point with fuel or rates, then you can wind things down on your own terms and get out whole. Whereas if you're hanging it out too long, you let somebody else force you out, it's not on your terms, and you're probably going to get hurt. So I think it is helpful to have that conversation, honestly. I really do. Is that the famous freight trucking guy I'm seeing? Yeah, but he bounced on us. We let anyone in. Okay, I got to unmute you here. Hold on. All right, you back. I don't want to hear you cuss him out if you had to cuss him out.
No. Hot shot came back his trailer in.
Oh, okay. Sterling says, freight trucking's like Mr. Mackey. Oh, damn it, boy. He's changing his. Oh, he looks like he's still backing up again. How many pull-ups is he going to do there next to you? You look mildly irritated.
I don't even care anymore. Like, it's gotten to that point where it's gotten so bad. Sometimes I just close the curtains and just look at my insurance policy.
Yeah, you got to check. Does this thing cover fire? How many questions do you think agents are getting right now? Hey,
I still can't believe there's still a lot of guys that come on this channel and are like, man, I can't wait to buy a truck.
I gotta wonder about that myself, but I don't want to be the one to piss on somebody's dreams. To be honest with you, I don't. And if you're gonna go to,
sometimes you got to kick on their dreams now so they can grow later.
I like to tell the truth.
If they will.
Yeah, but sometimes you don't want to be mean either. Maybe they got a deal worked out. Maybe they're leased onto a company or leasing onto a mega carrier. I don't know. There's probably a lot of safety in that right now, but I mean, they're going to get pinched too. Fuel surcharge doesn't pay on empty miles.
Well, how long before the carrier's costs go up enough to where they need to start pinching pennies with other, there?
It depends. I mean, we're still seeing mergers and acquisitions, for crying out loud. They're going to get hurt eventually.
That can get really dicey.
Yeah, especially once you get to where there's only.
Could you imagine having your I have my lease purchase almost paid off, and then a new merger and acquisition comes in, and poof.
Yeah, things will be easy to govern when there's only 10 mega carriers left, wouldn't it?
I posted that back when they had the fuel crisis before, they lowered all the speed limits down to 55. I think that's why they're doing it again.
Yeah, I don't know. If you think freight rates are controlled now, wait till there's only 10 trucking companies controlling them.
Good.
I mean,
yeah. It looks like he started driving yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, second day, he ought to be better than yesterday.
It's all right, as long as he knows how to use a truck ramp, runaway ramp.
Yeah. Yeah. Once again, Tim Rushing, thanks for a super chat. I appreciate it. Fate Truckin, thanks for Cash is King. Thanks for a super chat. Ashley McGee says spot market is a bag of smashed a-holes. You can't disagree with that. Driving to John's got to go to bed. Thanks for coming in. Skip the Griff says ounce of wheat is 10 and 20 for top shelf in Oklahoma. My uncle is shipping it to Amsterdam on FedEx planes for $4.50. Can you do that? You can't ship it on FedEx, can you?
Hey, what about these what do they call them? Food conglomerates? Or I seen them out in South Dakota. They're called food or grain. They're called conglomerates or
Okay.
or
Co-ops?
something like that. Co-ops. There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, co-ops. I heard they've been paying really good.
I don't know.
Working for a co-op?
Maybe.
I'm guessing you're hauling from the fields to the co-op. I imagine the farmers are paying you.
Maybe. It's maybe something to look into. Whether the grain wagon? Pulling a grain wagon or something?
I think it's a drop, a bottom dump.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Michael Myers wants to know, have any of you guys purchased dealer level software? If so, how much? In which JP or DDDL?
Well, what kind of engine we talking about?
I think he's talking about Detroit Data Link. I think.
Well, you could probably go to Diesel. What is it? Diesel laptops and get the same software probably cheaper than right from the dealer.
I know a guy. I know a guy who got a bootleg copy from Russia for $300.
Well, Insight,
Doesn't
Cummins
quite work
Insight,
right.
you can get Cummins Insight anywhere, just about.
Isn't it for like $4,000?
Depends where you get it from. Like you can go one of those Russian guys too, but
Okay.
But that it's from what I've heard, even the bootleg copies work just as good as the actual, actual software. But even then, with mostly with Cummins and DD15, like those scan tools off of Amazon and stuff will usually work, and they'll even regen. It's when you start getting into like the pack car, the A26, the actual dealer only engines. That's when you start seeing the dealer only software that works and everything.
Yeah, the one he bought from the Russians is higher than dealer level. It's engineer level, so he can get into stuff that the dealers can't even get into. I said, don't be touching that too much there. You're gonna.
Well, you gotta get rid of things. You gotta get rid of things first before you start touching that stuff. So
yeah.
Then you don't have to worry about breaking down anymore.
There you go. Cash says Cascadias will be worth more than Pete's and W9s by the end of the year if fuel keeps going up. Yeah, I mean,
I don't know. Those fanboys are pretty. They're pretty set on their ride or die.
Yeah, but could you imagine, like, say fuel at $10, right? Just hypothetically, how could you bring yourself to buy a truck that before you buy it is going to get 4.5 to 5 miles a gallon, when this truck over here might get 8.5? How could you do that?
I don't know how you could buy those trucks now with knowing how the market is and what your monthly payment's going to be.
People are doing it.
Unless you have a way, if you're like, let's say I own a fleet and I have like, I don't know, 30 or 40 trucks, unless I can skim money off all those trucks to pay for my little toy, that's the only way I could see you get away with doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
And then if something happens, you're gonna be kind of wishing you didn't play with that little toy. A few drivers decide to, leave. A few accidents later, a few parts shortages. Next thing you know.
Yeah. I don't know. Part of me holds out hope that we'll never get there. But I mean, then reality is hope here. The devil on this shoulder is reality.
If you don't prepare for the worst, you're already set yourself up for failure.
Yeah.
It's tough. The problem is though, the worst keeps getting worse now. That's the only problem I see with it.
Yeah. I have some decisions to make for myself even, and I mean, I've kind of set myself up into probably be in a better position than most. But even being in a better position, the decisions aren't easy.
I would say if you had direct customers right now, you're in a lot better, direction than probably like 99% of
Yeah.
the places out there, or the
But
guys
still,
running off the load boards. But
spot
even
market
that now, but
spot
even
market
that
takes a
now,
crap. These guys rush in and start trying to get your customers.
yeah, that's what I mean. It's a race to the bottom. That's why I also don't like those click apps. I think
Yeah.
they're the biggest.
I
You're
agree.
just choking. You're gonna choke yourself out in the long run.
Yeah.
Might not be today, might not be tomorrow, but eventually you're gonna be the one there getting outbidded on that damn thing.
Yeah, and who even knows if you're bidding against another? They could be putting false bids in on their own.
I know for a fact that sometimes brokers are bidding on them loads. Like,
I'll be darned.
in fact, there's an app that actually says whether or not it's a broker bidding on it.
Yeah, I have the same one.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
at first, it comes up and I'm like, man, this load's pretty decent paying load, and next thing you know, you bid on it, and then you're just watching these broker bid like $3,000 less, and you're like, wow, who the fuck?
Yeah. Mhm.
Emerge, yeah, I'll say it. I don't
Yeah.
care.
Okay.
Emerge.
Yeah. They're not turning out to be all I hoped they were going to be.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be more. I thought it was going to be more like a shipper looking for.
They pass it off as something that it's not.
Yeah.
It is no different than any other broker or broker board.
No, I've had a broker that's constantly. I had a broker that's constantly called me off of there, but it was for Tyson loads, and that's it, pretty much.
Yeah.
But
yeah, they're not what they have made themselves out to be. Cash says the UK has been filling oil wells with concrete since 2019. Interesting.
they've been working at their oil wells though for a lot longer than we have.
CDN Freight Broker says, great chat. Everyone is comparing today's rate versus last 12 to 18 months when rates were sky high. How do they compare to 24 to 48 months ago? We need to add fuel surcharges.
How do they compare to a year or two ago? Like 2019, they're great, the rates right now compared to 2019 there.
Yeah. Absent fuel, these rates are fairly normalized. Yeah, the problem is fuel is $7 a gallon.
Almost. I would say they're almost. Depends. There's still certain lanes and stuff that are way out of whack. You know. But I would say if you're normally like running around like flatbed and you're getting like $3.50 a mile, that's good rate for flatbed.
Yeah.
I mean, and about $2.30, $2.40. That used to be like a really good rate for a reefer and stuff.
Right. Yeah. When before reefer fuel was $100 a day, and is it $1,200 to fill your truck? It's fuel is the main problem.
To be honest, I don't think anybody should really be pulling anything under $2.50. Now, I'd say $2.50 is like the cutoff, and even then, depending on your cost, you could be hurting.
It's hard. I mean, it shows you how powerful market forces are. I had this argument how many times over the last 2 years when rates were so high. We make the rate. We do this. We do that. Know your worth. Well, hey, you might know your worth. Just, go get it. I mean, you might sit at home for months. It's like the guy saying, "I've been sitting in Atlanta."
If you say know your worth, that's pretty.
Somebody will teach you your worth.
Some people will show you how much they don't care about themselves. Put it that way.
I mean, it's true. I mean, it's. I don't know. I don't even know the best way to put it. Nobody is in 100% in control. Let's say me
personally. Let's say I had like a huge truck note right now, and rates for the way they were. I would probably be trying to either figure out how to get out of it or get a direct customer before I would take any load. It was like $1.20 or $2 a mile or anything. Because all I'd feel like to me is you're basically handing your own money to somebody else. Then,
yeah, I mean
that's really what you're doing, and then you're screwing everybody else in between.
Yeah, so it has nothing to do with what you're worth. You might have a totally distorted view of what you're worth. You might think you're worth $10 a mile. Okay, well, tell me what makes you worth $10 a mile when
Yeah,
somebody
what
else might
different
be worth
service do you
$5 a mile.
offer?
Right,
You better be
right.
doing oversized then and specialized.
It's not a great way.
Anybody could.
It's not a
Like
great
this-
way to put it because it
Well, it's
leads
like-
to
it's like-
misunderstanding.
It's like every other time, everybody hops right on the typical, like, dry van. Everybody hops on, buys all the dry vans up, and then they wonder why dry van rates plummet to the ground.
Yeah.
You know, because anybody can do it, and there's always going to be somebody that's going to run it for absolutely nothing.
Supply and demand. I mean, it shows you just how strong supply and demand is too.
And then, but you know what? It also shows that when you read these rate contracts and these, you know, how they're laid out and what they say in them, people aren't paying attention to their business. They're just going with it. Some of these, I've seen some of these contracts will put a lien on your truck and stuff if you know, if they feel that you know, they can't recuperate their damages or something. You know?
I struggle with that because what's the best way to say it? There's people doing some terrible, shitty things on both sides, right?
Oh, well, now it's everybody's scamming.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say I can see that with just mechanics too. I mean, I don't
Yes.
know. I'll find out when I get home though. But you know, they were nice. They were great. You know, I wouldn't. I got them a good review, but I'll find out when I go home because I had that cover off two weeks ago, and I think I would have noticed that. I do have a 10-year background in automotive technology. I was a Jaguar Subaru technician, so you know, I've kind of got the basic mechanic skills down there. You know, it might not be diesel related, but I can tell when a cam doesn't. You know, it would have like popped right out at me looking at it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. It's a lot of people that flooded into this industry because they heard that that's where the money is, and threw caution to the wind and did some questionable things to get into it. And here we are. You know, we pay a price for it. There's so many trucks on the market. It messed up the prices of trucks. It messed up the prices of equipment.
The way I feel, regulations are going all in the wrong direction, where they need to be going.
Well, isn't that on everything in life, though? Honestly,
sometimes it's in the right place, but not lately. I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I think driver safety is, well, as you just seen here in the last half hour. You know, nobody can back up anymore. Nobody can use. You know,
we got new CDL laws. We got new training laws. We got more regulations every year. More regulations.
They're not the right regulations. They're just thrown together, and
it'll never be the right ones.
Like they should just have if you can't perform this amount of this kind of training, like if you can't pass this, you just should get your license. They shouldn't give it to you. If you can't understand these signs and read this and know what this placard is, you shouldn't get your license.
We already have those laws.
But they're not being enforced. If they are, I'll tell you that.
That's totally
just like the
story.
That's just like the FMCSA laws about co-brokering and the scammers that just keep open. They don't care because they're not the ones losing the money.
More laws don't.
In fact, somehow they're probably making money off of it. Taxes or something.
Would you doubt it? It's selective enforcement. You know, we're not the ones throwing all kinds of money at them. So
where's our selective enforcement? When do we get our chance?
You're asking the wrong guy. I fall more on the side of that flag behind you. Probably.
I think, yeah, I know. I think instead of putting money into OOIDA, I think you should just open up like an actual, just call it what it is. Call it a, what do they call them damn guys in Washington?
Lobbyist.
Yeah, should just call it trucker lobbying group. Just call it right what it is.
Yeah,
just pour a bunch of money into it. If we have to, we'll get a couple girls, and they'll make a few visits to a few cities. Hey, if it comes to that.
I mean, I've put, my money where my mouth is.
I don't know if blackmail will work anymore because look at that guy that hung himself.
Yeah, it sounds racist anyway.
Oh, I guess, yeah. I wasn't even going there. You know where I was going.
Yeah. What month the chain laws go in and out depends on the month. I think Colorado's
What was
the
it?
earliest, aren't
Wyoming?
they?
What was it? Was it Wyoming? Somewhere in some national park. They just got like a foot of snow, like 5 days ago or 4 days ago.
Yeah. I think it starts the 1st of October, ends the 1st of April. Is it not in Colorado? Something
Yes.
like that.
Yesterday out here, or not? Was it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday out here in Yellowstone, up there, it was snowing up in the higher elevation.
Oh, Red Diesel, $10 super chat, appreciate it. How's the brokerage coming along? Been waiting to haul some loads for you. It is off to a slow start. We have moved 4 loads so far. We're not burning it up.
Yo, he better
It's gonna
ask
take
for
some time.
Vaseline before they dip him.
Yeah. We're trying. I'm concerned about the timing. The timing kind of sucked. Like we should have been earlier on this. But Paul's doing a great job, I think, and he's putting maximum effort into it, talking to a lot of different people. We're fighting. Honestly, we fight a lot of the similar battles as what we're fighting with the trucking right now, like bottom feeders.
The broker industry did the same thing trucking did.
They're cutting each other's throats. I'll be honest, like they're cutting the hell out of each other's throats, trying to get that freight. Notice how most of the loads on the broker boards anymore are from these bottom feeder brokers.
When I make YouTube videos anymore, I very rarely talk about like usually how much money I make, because I feel it just brings in the wrong. I feel it brings in the wrong type of people now. Unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean,
I think I try to talk about the lifestyle and the pitfalls more than I do even the money anymore, because I just think it's bringing in, I don't know, just people that shouldn't own a business sometimes.
Yeah. Well, the long and short answer for you, Red Diesel, is we are putting in our best efforts. Funny story. Paul was talking to this guy that was approaching him about starting a brokerage, and the guy's telling him about all this technology they got. They're like, yeah, we got $10 million in seed money to get this thing started. And he looks at Paul and he says, "What do you got?" Paul's like, "Customers." They had $10 million, to get this thing started with all the technologies and everything they needed. Didn't have a customer. No, nothing. Wait, he's out talking to people.
I should have bought a few lunches.
Yeah, well, hey, it's not easy to get your foot in the door at these places. It's not easy, and he's very good. We've had, well, I give too much details.
I wouldn't go into it too much. There might be brokers watching this.
He's doing a great job. It's going to take some. I'll be honest. It's going to take some time. I'm optimistic. I have full faith in the man. He's great at what he does. And like I said, we moved 4 loads. I didn't send them out because right away we knew they were what trucks they were going to go on. I'm ready to go, ready to do business, man. Like, we'll see, but it's long and short answer, I guess. What else we got here? Chili Willie says $7 a gallon in California. Oh, there's Starkey Family Trucking. Thanks for coming in. Check out his channel too. Good channel. Says I would never use super singles. Yeah, I'm not digging it. Unfortunately, I got 2 trailers. During this equipment messed up scenario we've been in, I would have never typically would have bought those, but they were the right price at a time when trailers were stupid high, like $100,000 for a 4-year-old trailer. I think for a fraction of that.
Financing, I've been seeing the banks and financing for that stuff has been going kind of they're not handing out the cash anymore.
Yeah, if you see credit start to tighten, we're in trouble. In general,
well, the rates already went to shit for that too.
Yeah, Cassius King Trucking says it used to be bigger. It's gotten smaller over time. Oh, that's what she said. He says we already lost our monetization. Might as well. What the hell? Yep, $7. Cash says if it's got singles on it, I'd leave them on it. If it's got duals, I'll leave them on it. It's a break even to me. Can't blame the tire if someone curves it though. Yeah, I know, but end result is I've got to pay for it. So that kind of sucks. I know you haven't had those problems with yours. Oster says super singles suck on drive tires. 2 for 1 says I've been using 10% moonshine homebrew fuel additive, saving thousands on fuel costs. Sterling says super singles are bad on the West Coast. They float in the runaway truck ramps, and you wind up sailing off the end. Oh, that's not what you want.
Not supposed to get there in the first place.
Yeah, Boca de Palo says saw 708 a gallon the other day in California. Ooh.
Hey, if you made $15 an hour minimum wage and you're driving around in, I don't know, just like let's say
No way.
Chevy Spark with your $400 a month car payment and your $300 or $200 in insurance,
$1,200 rent.
Yeah, it depends where you're at. If you're in California, probably $1,500 a month rent, and now you're paying what, another car payment a month for fuel or more.
You better have a lot of credit cards. You're gonna max them out, file bankruptcy, rinse and repeat. What other choice do you have? How are you supposed to live?
Well, they are talking about
As a young
raising the minimum wage out there. They're talking about raising the minimum wage already out there to like $30 an hour. I don't know how that's going to help inflation. What do you think that'll do to inflation?
Through the roof.
It would be like pouring gasoline onto a fire.
Through the roof. The unions will be all for it because most of their wages are pegged to minimum wage.
Well, yeah, they'll go up to like $100 an hour probably.
Yeah.
But they're going to end up seeing they don't see the long end though, that they're just going to lose it to somebody else anyway when they go to pay for their groceries and stuff.
Damn. Well, how about that? How about that? It would suck to be a young person today.
I feel horrible about my kids. I don't know what they're going to do.
They just got their student loans, wiped out up to what, $10,000. So that's great.
I thought it was $50,000 they're going for.
Is it 50? I don't even know.
Yeah,
and you're going to get a $500 gas card.
They got to start that soon because election season's coming up.
It all leads to UBI, and once we got UBI, there's no turning back. We're in trouble.
But will that even be real money?
Doesn't matter. At that point, it won't matter. You'll have to take it, or you won't make it. It's a bad road to go down. I don't know. Hope something changes. TBT says the only thing that would surprise him is if somebody have a good idea on how to run the country. Yeah, that's another thing that'll get you demonetized.
Really?
It's crazy, man. I'm telling you. Pretty soon 100K won't buy a bag of groceries. Yeah. It didn't in Argentina. Or who would be the most recent? Venezuela? Greece? They all had that, inflation going on.
Yeah, you really want to watch something scary. You watch one of those documentaries on Venezuela or Argentina is now starting to have that problem too.
They lived that life already back in World War, after World War II. Argentina went through all that.
Oh, they did it all over again.
Cassius King says, my guess, $12 a gallon national average coming soon. Coming soon. Uh-oh. Starkey was working on his truck earlier. High-low shifter position O-rings leaking. Oh, that's tough to...
What's that, an automatic?
No, probably the splitter valve on top of the transmission.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
I'm guessing.
I'm thinking leaking oil, but he's probably mean leaking air.
Yeah. Yeah, Starkey says the deadheading is the big thing right now. Yeah, and you know what the problem is? You deadhead 100, 150 miles per load, and then the son of a guns cancel it. Or, oh, we double brokered it. Or, oh, we don't have that load. And then,
I showed up that time in Tennessee. I was just talking about it, where I showed up, backed the trailer into doors when I had reefer. I was there. They literally started loading me with pallets, stopped, and then for an hour I sat. And then a truck pulled in. Guy got out, went in. Next thing you know, warehouse guy, I filled him. I thought they were still loading me. Here they were unloading me. Warehouse guy came in and said, "We don't load reefers." I was like, "Then why'd you even put pallets on me?" And he wouldn't really say anything. And then I had pulled away from the door, and then the next guy backed in.
And then, here's $100, $150 tow. Well, it cost me $300 in fuel to get here. You
Well,
jackwagon.
I drove from that TA in Virginia there on 81 to what was it? Shoot, I want to say Jackson City, Tennessee.
Okay.
Yeah, for that load.
Hmm.
So
Here we go. Skip the graph, killing it. Everyone said I was crazy because I parked it the day I paid mine off, June 2nd last year. I'm company making 75 cents a mile, $8,500 a month after taxes and everything. Damn it, boy. You killing it. Killing it. How long before they got to cut company driver wages, though? All these companies went gung-ho on company wages last couple of years. And if they're hauling, a certain amount of spot market freight, they're going to hurt too. I don't know.
I don't know how they gonna. What are they gonna go up to the guys and be like, "Hey, you're gonna take a 10 cent a mile pay cut"?
I don't know.
Think that's gonna fly very well.
No, it's not. But it's either take the
Or
pay cut, stay,
they'll
or
start making every. Would you like to get a lease purchase, sir?
Oh, sneaky now. Starkey says, I own my own equipment, and I would say now is the wrong time to start out being an owner-op state company driver. I would tend to agree with that, unless you had a really good deal with a very well-established company.
I would say if you had a paid-off truck in good shape and a paid-off trailer, and you could get your own MC, you could probably still do pretty good for yourself right now.
But you still got, your part shortages. You still got.
I'm thinking of buying an older truck. I couldn't
Okay.
take myself to buy like an emissions truck. So I don't know.
I got you.
Maybe if it was brand new with the warranty, but like you said, you still have the part shortages and stuff. Me, I can go to the U.S. parts yard over there in Hazleton, and I've already pulled an AC line. I can get anything I want for this truck like that. You ain't find no Freightliner Cascadias in that yard, and if you do, they're stripped down to the bare bone.
Yeah. It's definitely what's that old Chinese proverb? May you live in interesting times. Yeah. I'd rather not. I like it boring. I like that same old. Hey, I can think tomorrow's going to be a lot like today.
I like the old normal instead of the new normal.
Yeah, the new normal's kind of being forced upon us. We don't get a lot of choice in that.
Doesn't fit in the cog very well. You might take some cogs out of the wheel to make it a little more streamlined, but eventually too many cogs and it don't work anymore.
Yeah, plus that cog is going to be electric.
Well, don't they? What do these people think that freaking electricity ain't going to shoot up through the roof?
Well, where's all the
where are they
going to produce?
Where are they going to produce? Yeah, I was going to say, where are they going to produce all this power from on the power grid? Let alone the wire, because I used to deliver utility poles. The power grid was just starting to be upgraded heavily during Trump. There was tons of money. I was delivering so many poles we couldn't keep up. Then as soon as he went out of office, there's no more huge projects for transmission lines. There's no more huge project for substations. It all kind of withered away because they were getting money for upgrading infrastructure.
Certain amount of national security involved in that too.
Yep.
If you wanted to go to war with a country, disabling their power grid is not all that difficult.
I'm sorry to say, but as long as you have a hard hat and a vest on, you could probably get in any of those places you want.
Mm-hmm. Skip. Yeah, we're not even go there. Skip says diesel doctor in Effingham, Illinois. Yeah, I know a lot of people talk about that. I don't have any personal experience. I know you can find them on the CB radio.
You got to find the real diesel doctor, the original one.
Yeah, everybody calls themselves a diesel doctor. Just kind of try to avoid the diesel nurse, the diesel RN. You're probably going to get a lower level of service there. You want the diesel surgeon. Adco has seven cameras on his truck now. Damn it. Probably the way to go.
What do you have them glued right to the fuel tank?
I don't know. Probably got that Falcon system or Falconer or whatever it's called.
See, I would like one of them, but I would want one wireless. There's just too many wires to
probably do a repeater like they do with them at TPMS. You put the repeater halfway up the truck.
Yeah, but Like, to be honest, you only really need 3 though, like 2 on the mirrors and 1 looking out.
True. The dang chat just jumped on me again. Dang it. Where'd we go? There we go. Michael Myers has got that 14-liter 60 series. Got the bootleg software very now. Not very happy about it. Thinking about J Pro Professional. Okay.
Never
I
heard of
don't know
them.
about them. Michael
I know if you
Myers says,
send,
go ahead.
I know if you send the ECM out to Canada up there's a good place that'll take care of that ECM for that 14 liter.
Okay. 2 for 1 says hauling baby food is paying $8 a mile, but only if you get rejected. I don't get it.
They're saying they're making more money not delivering the baby food than they are.
Oh, and then selling it out the back of the trailer?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
Or baby formula? Does it mean baby formula?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Adco says these computerized TMS and software like Sonar seems like is helping to sync the rates. There might be some truth to that. Although the statistics on Sonar, the rates are significantly higher than what you're seeing on the spot market. Significantly.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna say I don't think
contract rates are significantly higher right now.
yeah, I think they do a pretty good job. They might they I don't think they actually manipulate Sonar itself. I think that news stories and the articles they put out, they manipulate the market a little bit.
Sensationalized. I'd say
Yeah, but I don't.
sensationalized a little bit.
I think Sonar is pretty spot on because it almost matches what I see with what guys are taking with these app-based things, and because people aren't taking them or they wouldn't disappear. So obviously, it's not just the brokers. It's not just you know like Sonar and stuff. It's some of the guys out here that are just running stuff. They just don't know or don't care.
That's always happened, and it's always going to happen. That's why I hate that say no to cheap freight thing, because you can't control what other people are going to do.
Somebody ain't saying no to it.
Exactly. So I think it's a waste of time. Do I disagree with it? No.
I think
I do agree with it. But
we would be better actually teaching guys how to actually run a business and not let the suit and tie guys take advantage of you.
Mm-hmm.
That makes any sense. So then trying to just tell them not to, because they're just going to do it anyway, because they're going to get in a pickle and they're just going to take it.
Yeah. Jared says inflation's at an all-time high. You got that right. All right, here we go. Skip's got some information. They get wastewater refining oil, and after injection pump into a played-out well, it's cement capped. That's just normal business. Okay, so maybe that's not such a big deal then after all. With the 900 trucks to fill.
Are they capping the well? Are they capping the wells because they're out, or are they
Sounds
just
like
capping
they're
the
played
wells
out.
because?
Yeah,
I was gonna say, are they just they're played out? I was gonna say, or they're just capped, or are they really played out though?
I don't know. Honestly, that's the first I've heard of it, and I'd like to know more about it. If anybody can tell me where to learn more about that, send me.
I know they do cap the wells, but I mean, on that big of a scale, why all of a sudden would they decide to do that on that big of a scale?
And 900 trucks seems a lot, unless they're replacing the whole fleet.
Are they trying to, like? I'm sure everyone right now is like, because we technically manipulated the market when the whole COVID thing went back there. So is everybody, that's what happened? Everybody's jumping on the bandwagon and manipulating the market to their. I think the whole. Was a pilot Flying J with that DEF shortage, and then what's his name? Warren Buffett. I know he owns Pilot Flying J, but doesn't he also own the railroad too?
So stake in it, yeah.
Yeah. So why? That's kind of how could why would you be shorting both your companies unless you didn't have a reason? You know what I mean? I think it's played out. It's being manipulated. That's all.
Know your place, peasant. You're not supposed to be asking these
worry.
questions.
If I get offed, no, it wasn't. I still enjoy life at least this much.
You're using all kinds of keywords here. It worries me a little bit. Just teasing, of course. Adco says I'm only seeing $1.60 for the best rate you can find. Damn it! What area? Holy criminy! If you get a pay raise, you're still losing money. Yeah, that's how
Yep.
inflation works. I mean, it's and that
That's how I
furthers
feel.
inflation because then I need a raise to keep up with. You get a raise, cost goes up. Raise cost. It feeds itself. It feeds itself.
Well, also, if you don't make goods in your own country, that also feeds into it. You can't pay for, you can't just always be paying for services if you ain't making anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Starkey says at $1.60 a mile, you're barely making profit. Yeah, in today's fuel prices, I don't
Your
know.
fuel price, even with discounts, I think even with a good discount and high fuel mileage truck, you're probably like 75, 80 cents.
Well, where's my calculator here? If you're at,
Yeah,
so let's say, what do we want to use for fuel
let's
price?
tell the real
550.
story.
So 550. Is that a
Yeah,
fair
550 sounds about fair, I guess.
divided by
Because like I
7?
said, I got 480 in South Dakota, so
78.5 cents a mile. So yeah.
at what mileage?
What did I say? At 7? Did we say 5.5 divided by 7? Yeah, 78.5 cents a mile for fuel. And then add 10% on for a deadhead, right?
And God forbid
Right.
you have a reefer.
87. Yeah. What do we say? $100 a day for a reefer.
Now imagine these flat top 379s pulling around these reefer units going 80 mile an hour down the road.
You're probably pushing $1 a mile,
$1.10.
and that's at 7 miles a
$1.20.
gallon. So what is it? 5.5. Say you're getting 6 miles a gallon. It's 91.5 cents right off the bat. So yeah, add in DEF. Okay, what's your DEF per mile? What is it DEF? Almost $5 a gallon, pushing it.
Well, luckily I'm now. Well, my carrier lowered my percentage, so luckily I'm only at 15%. Imagine if you're at a 30% carrier or 25% carrier. Now you have that fuel cost. You have that 25%. You have the trailer rental fee. You might as well be a company driver.
At a certain point.
Unless you're doing 10 miles a gallon everywhere.
Even so, if we're only halfway to $10 a gallon,
I didn't even think that. It might still keep going up. Yeah,
if
you're right.
if you're gonna be at $2 a mile fuel cost, then what the hell do you do? I don't care if you're on contract freight at that point, even surcharge, because your empty miles are just gonna eat the hell out of you.
I was gonna say, what's contract freight? You might be worse on contract freight then, to be honest with you.
Contract freight's beating the pants off of spot freight right now, but
But what happens if fuel gets that high?
well,
They're gonna have to raise the spot market up.
I don't. You know what? I can sit here and speculate all day. I don't know. No,
We better be getting a job at freight. Where's our freight waves? When are they gonna start paying us?
Yeah, better start angling for that, huh? I don't know. I might as well sit here on YouTube all day and maybe catch a $5 super chat here and there, and I could buy some groceries. No. Hey, you remember that thing that was going around 10, 15 years ago? What the hell was it called? The Secret, where you could positive thoughts would bring you abundance in your life, right? So what if we all just sit around having all these positive thoughts that fuel's going to go down, rates are going to go up, the universe will bring it to us, right? Does that work? Does that still work, or was that a 15 years ago thing? Is that a real thing?
I want to say a guy's name, and I think that's what'll happen if you start thinking it's positive thoughts.
Who are you thinking? Our Bud Dwyer? Do you know who that is?
No.
Oh.
I was going to say you're going to get E-steamed.
Oh no, we don't need that. Yep. Daryl's at the 80 cent a mile fuel surcharge, empty 40% of the time. A 40% deadhead will hurt a man. I tell you what.
Are they paying for that? Are they paying for that 40%?
Oh, I don't know. I think Daryl's a company. No, I don't remember if Daryl's company or.
Well, why do you care about fuel surcharge then if he wasn't owner operator?
Yeah, I don't know.
Unless he gets that percentage, I don't know. Like let's say, I know this is probably gonna sound really crappy, but if I was paying company drivers, I don't know if I would include the fuel surcharge in their pay.
But you can't. Well,
some do.
On percentage.
Or try to.
On percentage?
Yeah, their percentage. Yeah.
I mean, it can be done both ways. It's an incentive
Yeah,
for
I
them
don't
to
know.
get better fuel economy. I mean,
Are they really though?
nah, I
Yeah.
don't know. Everything's out the window at this point, isn't it?
Then you got
CDN freight,
maintenance costs and everything
yeah.
else.
CDN freight broker shippers are still adjusting the true cost of trucking. It will take several years to adjust because procurement of goods have been booked on an assumed estimated rates. Yeah, and they also, measure their cost of goods
Well,
sold.
wait a minute. If they procured all these goods already on an estimated rate, wouldn't they have already procured them? Since they were all in a rush to get all this stuff out here and take care of this. Wouldn't they have procured
Couldn't
all this
this
stuff on the rates that we were seeing that were great?
Not necessarily. So much freight moves on so many different. Like you'll have 6-month mini bids. You'll have 1-year contracts. Some freight gets put out and bid on every week. You got so many different things going on. They may not have received their goods. They may have receiving goods that are
Well, I know.
mispriced because they sat on a container for a year trying to get them to them.
Well, I know the steel building that I delivered out here. They actually were set back like 6 months waiting for this building to be I guess put together and made, the I beams and I don't know, I guess whatever they were doing. They've been waiting on this job site for 6 months for this building. So I would imagine they paid for the rates going out here that were 6 months old. Now I'd imagine they're a lot more than we're a lot more than $7,000 coming out here.
But yeah,
I'd imagine it.
we're only talking about freight rates. So I think part of what he's talking about is you may contract 80 million tons of wheat at a certain price per bushel, and in 6 months that wheat can double in price. So cost of
Okay.
goods.
So he's talking
absent
about people
transportation price.
taking it in. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think these bigger companies quite know how to adjust right now with this environment. We just went through a wild and crazy nutso time in transportation, and now that's settling down for them, and we're going into this inflationary environment.
I almost want to say that I'm kind of since there's shortages of a lot of stuff. I almost want to say that the problem is there's shortages and inflation, and I want to say that a lot of these places are getting these goods to ship them and need them, or like you said, grain. They're just saying yes. They're not even trying to fight the price because they're just scared they won't even get it and be able to make their product.
Maybe, perhaps, bigger companies have the ability to hedge, though. Also, they can hedge on the futures market prices. Maybe even up to a year out.
There's only two companies that come to mind that I could think that could be able to hedge anything, and that's Amazon and Walmart.
Not necessarily. Look at all your agricultural companies; they can hedge commodity prices for as far out of contracts as they can get.
Yeah, I guess they could, but eventually, then that you're still going to end up shooting yourself in the foot in the long run because they'll just start getting rid of their suppliers.
A lot of it's a fine line to walk, but it's that's where the problems come in. Is who knows what the right thing is to do? I mean, it's a turbulent, volatile world right now.
Let me get my antidepressants there.
No, I don't know. Yeah, it's a good point. It's at a certain point, obviously, too much negativity, but it's hard sometimes not to go down that road just because of we know what we're going through as a small business.
When I got into this, I was like, man, probably in 5 years I'll have like at least a 3 or 4 truck fleet. I could not fathom of being able to. I'm scared to get my MC number again.
There's a time and a place for everything. It's I don't know. It's
funny if you would have asked me 6 months ago, I'd have been like, I'm going to get my MC.
Oh, everybody and their brother had that thought.
And then I did have it, and then when COVID hit, I was like, this ain't a good idea to have right now, and I put it on the back burner. And then, like I said, like 6 months ago, I was like, yeah, let's go back into it. And now I'm back to where I'm like, man, I'm glad I didn't make that mistake.
You had a long-term perspective on it. I mean, damn near a quarter million new authorities in the last little over a year.
That kind of irritates me a little bit. like I know I know like we're kind of against regulation a little bit and stuff, but at least make it to like the same thing with the bonds for brokers. At least make it to a point that it gets out the fly by night. Maybe it'll get rid of some of the scammers. It'll just be a little bit too much of a cost for them to even think about getting in. You know what I mean?
Here's the problem. More regulation rarely solves anything. Like we talked about earlier with some of the things that are going on with the CDLs and training, the laws we have are not enforced. The new ones won't be either. It'll just make more red tape. You might have some good people that, like Paul and myself, that want to get into this. And if you set the barrier to entry too high, we can't get in. Scammers will always find a way in. People that are looking to screw you will always find a way in.
Well, I'm just saying. I think it like let's say if you made getting your authority, I don't know, let's say $2,000, like to the FMCSA or something like that, or maybe five or whatever. I think it would cut down on that, the initial, I don't know what you want to call it. I don't want to say dreamer or well uneducated. Maybe you would take some more time and educate yourself on the business than just jumping all in.
Where's the point where the amount of money is so punitive that it causes that to happen? Because last year, you get your own authority, you got the ability to maybe make $500,000 for the year. $2,000 is nothing.
Well, at least people that would have went in it then at least would have thought about it. I would assume a little bit more. But I would say also last year with that, people that also saw that we could make $500,000 per truck, some of them aren't even in this country. They're running a business, or well, if you want to call it running a business,
Nobody speaks about that more than I do. That is, I think, one of the biggest problems in the industry right now. And it's nothing. Okay, we have the rules that we have, right? If I hire somebody, I have to do an orientation.
That's also pretty.
If
you think about it, that's pretty scary too, because trucking is the backbone of the country too. If you end up having too much of that, it could really, like we said about the DEF, that the DEF got cut off. You could really, and since the two main suppliers aren't exactly our best buddies, you could really cripple a country.
It's a national security issue.
Yeah.
Honestly,
well, in a real government, it is.
Oh, jeez, you're killing me. You're killing me, Smalls.
It's so easy. I can't. You can't deny it.
I'd like my YouTube channel to stay up. No, what I was getting at is, you're in X country, whatever it is. Doesn't matter.
I better get that out of the way because that makes me out to be a horrible person. Then.
Yeah. So you're trying to you're hiring drivers remotely, bringing them on. You don't really have to be here. How do you road test a driver? Tell me how you road test a driver for 10,000 miles away.
Well, I just had two of them in front of me. They were getting road tested by me.
I mean, there's some things that are being overlooked. They're being overlooked.
I actually tell my wife now to stay off of 78 and 81 as much as possible because I just don't trust the guys that are on the road there anymore.
Well, I don't know where the point is of, critical mass or whatever, but we certainly have a lot of problems. We talked about a lot of them tonight.
Has anybody actually commented to the FMCSA about the speed limiters and stuff?
I have.
Yeah, I have too. And not like a jerk off, like professional sounding and everything.
I don't know if it's going to matter.
I told him it's going to be more dangerous.
I made the statement, a lot of people that are pushing for it say even playing field, right? They want an even playing field. Well, if you want an even playing field, then how about all of these mega carriers are no longer allowed to be self-insured? They have to pay insurance premiums just like me and you do. That's a level playing field.
How about they hire professional
They couldn't afford
drivers?
that. Well, I'm just saying, beat them with their own logic. You want an even playing field? Fine, even playing field. You couldn't afford to pay insurance.
A lot of the, don't they have a bond? They put like a couple $1 million in a bond, and they cover themselves until the end of that bond, and then the insurance company takes over.
It's subjective. Well, some of them do. It's subjective. You have to have permission to be self-insured. There is no hard and fast. There's no hard and fast dollar amount.
You want to say permission?
Well, I don't know. I'll never be that. I'll never get there, so I don't know exactly the
Don't
mechanics
say
of it.
that. Who knows? Hey, this might be the great reset for you.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll take out Western Express. Hey, hopefully there'll still be something left in the building by the time you get there.
Jeez. All right, tonight we're having an interview with Mr. Positivity. Everybody, thanks for coming in. Oh man, I never thought I'd
You'll
meet
get good
somebody
at it.
who's more negative than me. Oh, that's funny. I can see. I can laugh at it. You don't have to, not everything has to be taken so seriously.
If
All
you're
we're
not
trying,
planning for the worst, you're not planning for the best.
all I'm trying to do is have a good time and keep my YouTube channel up. Oh, $6 in Michigan. Tom says. Starkey says super singles he sees as being dangerous. You blow a tire, you only got one support in the weight. Yeah. 2-for-1 says credit somewhat less likely to tighten in this environment with rates going up and markets de-risking in an already low yield situation. Things change day to day, man. It really is day to day. That's all I can say.
I would really hope banks wouldn't put themselves in the same predicament they did back in 2008.
If they're forced to lend the money out, they can be forced to do it.
Who would force them? Who really?
Federal government.
Well, then they're not
During-
free trade banks anymore.
They never. No, absolutely not. They're not.
Then we already are.
Well, I mean, man, you can go. That rabbit hole goes deep, man. Trust me, I've been down it, up and down it, back down it again, back up. It's you got to draw the line somewhere, Skip says better brush up on them blacksmithing skills. Maybe.
Get those National Geographic magazines out and start reading through them.
I couldn't take the heat. I'd stand there sweating and pass out, fall into the fire. Well, there you go. Starkey says his equipment's paid off. Trying to get parts is tough. Definitely. N3 injectors are like baby formula. Probably worth $1 million. All right.
N3 injectors for the heck they for? I just paid $800 for mine, and they gave me a $250 core charge.
Cool. Series 60 injectors are kind of hard to get. I've been through that. All right, here's more info on the wells. They aren't capping wells. That's how they die. You have to keep a well flowing or it dies. They use cement to isolate different zones. All right, see, all the panic was over nothing. People are saying it's perfectly normal. Like I said in the beginning, I know nothing about that world. Sterling says, in a world of vending machines, be a $20 bill. Is there even vending machines that take cash anymore? And a lot of them only taking like you got.
No, they take cash and card. They take both usually.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah. Until people start smashing them open for the money.
Sometimes I think I'm the only one that carries cash anymore. Even at every store, everybody's swiping their card. I've actually written a check recently at a grocery store, and the people in line behind me are like getting pissed. I'm like, just freaking chill out. By the time you put that card in there where it's got to read the chip, I can write this check damn near just as fast. So chill out. Abdi Fatah says Art Bell. Yeah, I miss Art Bell. Did you ever listen to Art Bell back in the day?
Not talking about me, right?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I'm not. I'm only 35.
He hasn't been dead that long. Probably 10 years, maybe. He was on late night radio, midnight. He came on at midnight. Conspiracy, aliens, boogeyman, stuff like that.
Oh no, when you start saying stuff like that, there's only one name that comes to mind, and I'm not saying it.
George Norrie?
No.
Oh, okay.
Everybody gets banned from him. So.
Oh, yeah. Shannon Thomas trucking in the house. Thanks for coming in. Mike Myers says we haven't seen close to the worst. I'm afraid we're on the positivity tip here for the rest of the show. We're doing that. What do you call it?
It has
secret.
to go up. It has to go up.
All right.
There you go.
There you go. Man, some of y'all are more negative than me. I can't believe it. BlackRock pushing prices up to $10 by November. Do they have the ability to do that?
Well, who
By
are they
themselves?
invested in?
I don't.
They can't be that much. They can't be that much invested in like what Exxon Mobil or anything like that. And they
I
usually
don't know.
don't let I think home prices and rent and stuff's getting really heavily infected with that.
It's getting. I tell you what, man. If you're just making the average Joe wage, it's tough, man. It's tough. Like if you make good wage, it's tough. But
we are starting to turn into the average Joe wage.
that's true. Can we
That's the way
play?
I see it. That's why I said that's why I was like antidepressant time.
Can we play on the average Joe dodgeball team? Just Patches Houlihan teaching us.
Who do I get to throw the dodgeball at?
You ever see that movie Dodgeball?
Yeah. Can I throw a wrench too? Can he make complete sentences?
Oh, come on now. Here we go with that again. CDN says,
who's gonna figure that out?
I don't know. A big factor is ocean freight rates doubled and tripled, and once the USA ground freight much higher than buyers expected. Transportation costs is a hard hit on companies trying to build and sell. You got that right. We saw some serious container rates. Serious container rates. They're on the hard downfall though right now. Apparently, when I was reading on Freight Waves earlier today.
Well, they supply and demand with them also.
Yeah. East Texas trucker in the house. Thanks for coming in.
Start building houses out of those containers.
Oh, attention! Right now, holding full trailer of Heineken beer out of Jersey Port to Wisconsin for $1 a mile, dude.
That's what he's hauling it for? I thought he meant he's holding it.
I think he says haul. I think he meant to say hauling. Probably spell correct. Dude. Whew.
He must want to really get home to his old lady out in Wisconsin.
That's. Hopefully you're getting 15 miles a gallon. 12-valve Cummins will run on old McDonald's cooking oil.
That might be more than fuel now, though.
Probably going to have to refine. Yeah, there you go. What's the answer to scammers? Man, all you can do is do your homework best you can. What, you talking about, like, scammers in what way? Like fuel cards? Like skimming cards?
There's all kind of way you can get scammed.
Yeah, man, there's a lot of scams. Double, triple.
You ever watch those YouTubes where they go back and get the scammer on the computer?
Yeah.
Scammer tears. That's funny. Yeah.
Double, triple, verify everything. Call people back.
And even then you gotta still watch it. You gotta make sure you're actually talking. You gotta actually make sure you're talking to the actual company.
Yeah.
Like 100%. And even then, they don't even care half the time.
Yeah. Ask a lot of questions. If something don't sound right, probably not.
Or if it's too good to be true, that's pretty good right now.
If somebody's trying to pay you a ton of money to do something, chances are they have no intention of paying you.
Like I would say, the only
somebody
thing
else to do it way cheaper.
If a broker called me up and told me to move, I don't know, aluminum ingots right now for like $8 a mile, I'd be like, this is probably a scam. Now if they called me up and asked me to move, I don't know, MPVs or something, I'd be like, okay, maybe $8 a mile would be right for that. But
yeah, if it's way above market price, like double, triple, probably it's too good to be true. It probably is.
How are they getting the money for that though? Like how the broker end up, like the fake scammer broker, how does it end up actually? Because they have to give like some kind of information to the other broker or the customer to get.
Yeah. So say whatever, TQL posts a load for $5,000, right? Or they're looking for bids, whatever. The scammer broker will come in and say, I'll do it for $3,000. they're guaranteed. I mean, they're going to get that load, right? TQL is going to give them the load. They're going to turn around and sell it to you for $5,000 or $6,000, $7,000. Doesn't matter what they sell it to you for. They have no intention of paying you. And then they get the signed bill of lading, go back and collect their $3,000 from TQL or whatever, and they're $3,000 to the good.
But wouldn't they do that through a bank account? They're not Western. I don't think TQL is Western Union this stuff to them. If they are, they're like complacent. If they are, they're complacent in it. If they're doing something that's stupid,
they should be doing their due diligence.
Because how if I sell something on Facebook now, they want to make sure they can tax me over $600. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Why do I get treated like that? But
the rules are in place. So like I said, the rules are in place. It's just not for you.
Rules for thee, but not for me.
Well, uh-oh, I'm in trouble now. The wife's coming home. Coming home from the Brewer game. Casey Mo says, I think surety bonds need to be 250 to 500K. I don't know. You could wipe out that amount of money pretty quick too. If you're successful.
And then aren't brokers going to just raise their percentage that they're taking because they have to pay more for their surety bonds?
Logically, I mean, there's a lot of you always got that law, that pesky law of unintended consequences, right?
But you know what's funny though? How many other businesses though that have a surety bond to operate or some kind of bond?
I imagine
they just don't pay their bills. They get sued. They're able to actually get sued, and then have their assets forfeited.
Scammers don't have any assets. That's the thing. And plus,
but then again, don't you think the surety bonds would write something in the contract that if they're scamming or something that they wouldn't have to pay either? They're not dumb either.
Try to enforce it. That's the thing.
Yeah.
You can put whatever you want in there.
It? Yeah,
you can't chase them halfway around the world to do it, to enforce it. What court are you going to take them to? You could put the point of venue for Texas.
I'm just saying though. But if you go to try to collect on a bond, and want the bond, people will be like, well, in our clause that we signed with them, it says if you commit this scam or this or that, we won't honor the bond and we won't pay it. And then who are you going to go to? FMCSA to try to demand them to pay it? They ain't going to care.
Good luck. That's where the bond company is supposed to do their due diligence on who they're giving a bond to.
Just like TQL is supposed to do their due diligence on who they're selling their broker and their load to.
Everybody's supposed to. We're all supposed to do a lot of things.
And to be honest, it wouldn't surprise me if some trucking companies are trying to do that.
Well, the guy in the video, it was a trucking company. To find out, trucking company took a load from the broker,
out of Chicago,
without a brokerage authority, brokered the load to somebody with no brokerage authority. That's why they stole the identity of DHL to appear that they were a broker.
Did they actually run? They didn't run the load though either, did they? They didn't pay, right?
No,
they weren't paying.
The gentleman in the video took the load, and he figured out that it wasn't legit, and he eventually got a hold of the broker that originally had the load.
Oh, he doesn't even know if they were going to pay him. He just already figured something was funny and caught on to it.
Well, the one he knew it wasn't. It happened twice. The one he knew he wasn't getting paid. The other one he caught it in process.
I was just seeing if maybe the trucking company was trying to get their way out of a problem. You know what I mean? Instead of, and they still would have paid.
It's illegal. I mean, that's a
I know it's
risky
illegal,
way to get out of your problem.
Yeah.
Well, and then so Adco, good point. You raise surety bonds to $500,000. They can make the case. Well, we want cargo and liability to be $5 million. It's all it's a snowball.
Just like how you start talking about transparency.
That's as much as people are in favor of it. You don't want it. I'm telling you, you don't want it.
If you're pointing fingers, you don't think they're going to start pointing fingers back at you?
Not only that, but if I can say, okay, you're a broker, and you have a load from wherever to say Wisconsin to Texas for $4,000. You're getting paid $4,000 from that shipper. I come to you as a carrier and see You got to show me you're getting $4,000 from that shipper. We negotiate a rate. Hey, great. That's awesome. You don't think that next week I'm going to that shipper and doing it for $3,900 to get you out of the picture because you as a broker paid me $3,600? You don't think I'm going to go right to the shipper with my 20 trucks and say, I'll take that load from you every week for $3,900. It's cheaper than this guy. And then, you know what? I'm going to have the loads and somebody's going to turn around the following week and do the same damn thing to me. Or a broker will cut. Everybody's just going to cut each other's throats. It's a race to the bottom, just like everybody likes that term, race to the bottom. This is a fast one. It's a fast one. And
like I said, to me, it happened to me, it seemed like it happened literally like the next day.
Yeah.
I never seen the market change that quick. You know, it's usually been a progressive, like, hey, we know it's going to be a downturn here. It's coming. And then, you know, it finally comes down and you prepare for it. This was literally, I would say, like within a week, it totally changed within a week.
Yeah. I understand.
And then fuel started going up.
Yeah. I fully understand why people want the transparency thing. I'm just asking you to think the whole process through. It would not be a good thing. Besides,
I would say just do more diligence on the brokers and the loads that you work with. If that's how you're already thinking, I would say take the time out of your day, read your rate cons, read your contracts, and actually, you know, the worst they can say is no. And usually if they say no, you probably don't want to work with them anyway.
Right.
In the long term.
Besides, if on that lane you're trying to pay me $3,000 and I find out you're getting $4,000 on it, the next logical thing would be.
And then I would have to say, if you read all that stuff and you still sign that paperwork, you're no better than the people that say, you know, don't take cheap freight.
Well, you're right. But where I'm going is the logical thing people next would say is, well, you're making too much money off it. You need to pay. I know that you're getting $4,000. I want $3,800, $3,900. Just because you now know that what he's getting paid does not mean you will necessarily get another penny out of him.
You know what, though? I'd have to say, though, some of these brokers do work hard. Like, well, technically, like, look at.
I'm working hard. Paul's working hard. CDN Freight Broker's working hard.
If you think about, look what Paul's doing. I mean, technically, you guys are going to turn into freight brokers now.
I got you know, thousands and thousands and thousands. I got 5 figures into this thing already. We've made $80.
Yeah. Like I'm saying, you have to go out. You still have to do a lot of these guys. Some of these companies have already done ground, like TQL and stuff. They already got it made for them and stuff. But majority of them, like I'm gonna try to throw a decent name out there. Oh man, I'm trying to think of one that I could say is decent. I don't know. You probably know more than I do. Like just a decent mid-sized brokerage. You know, they still have to go out.
Yeah, but I don't want to say their names because I don't want people to know about them.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't think.
How about Nolan? Nolan's had been a decent broker to me.
King of freight.
Oh God.
But yeah, like Nolan or something. They're just mid-sized. Those guys still have to go out. They have to drive out to these companies. They have to meet these people. You know, there's still a lot of legwork, a lot of kissing ass and stuff. And even then, it might still mean nothing. You know.
And you might lose. Yeah.
Yeah. You might be losing money doing all this. You might have done all that kiss assing for nothing.
Yeah, it is. It is not easy.
So it doesn't necessarily always translate. Like if you lose, you just paid for your rental car, you paid for the flight, you paid for the hotel, you paid for the food, the luncheon, whatever, the gifts that you might have sent them on Christmas. Like there's still cost involved. It's not just, guys are thinking that, oh, broker just has a cell phone and a printer and a 2-monitor computer, and now he's making $900 off every load.
Yeah, and I'd say that to make that kind of margin is not as common as people think it is.
Now, dispatchers, they might be doing that, and you're just giving your money to them too. but yeah.
Well, you might get the business.
We caused that problem.
Well, I don't know. Certainly we have a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Now what? Now what?
What's the next $1 million comment?
I don't know. Okay. Lube said Rimlatube. I don't know. Says right now getting loaded from Jersey Port. Ports are empty.
Yeah.
There's no ships, no containers. So one friend of mine in Trader says China start production. So hopefully in 2 weeks ships will start to show up. I don't know. Are they Shanghai talking about starting up again? I haven't heard.
I saw the opposite about that. Like I said, I've been seeing them make more propaganda videos. It's super bad.
Propaganda videos? Who does that? Is that still a thing?
Yeah.
Are wealthy people really more likely to be trustworthy? I don't think wealth has anything to do with it. I think it's character.
I would say they're a little more. I would say wealthy people are a little more. What do you want to say? Shielded from inflation, depending on how wealthy they really are. In fact, it might benefit them in some ways, but
the only thing I hope for is if we see high inflation, is that some of these Hollywood people and some of these celebrities that like to tell us how to live their lives get forced to living like an average commoner, because their $50 million is no better than my $50.
Just throw plates at Johnny Depp and you'll find out how much money you can lose.
I poop in his bed.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. Oh man, that was a good night. I haven't had one of those nights in a long time.
That you remember.
Yeah, that I can remember. Yeah.
Oh, Rick in Texas says you could always become a stripper. I don't have a good name.
They're hurting. They said if you watch the economy for that, they said they're starting to hurt actually, and they said that's a bad sign.
Is that one of them leading economic indicators?
It actually is. It's an actual leak, and they said it's like right 90% of the time.
No way.
Yeah, you read about it. There's an actual like stripper.
Where do I find the stripper index?
I would just Google it; it'll show up. I just watched something on it on
It shall be done.
Yeah.
Stripper index.
Just put stripper economy index or something.
Oh geez, the high end girl index and high end stripper index. Here we go. Oh, that's in the UK though. We got to come back US side.
Yeah, we like our teeth straight.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. Okay, there's been some.
I could keep going with that.
Yeah, but, well, let's try to keep.
Well, they got smaller stuff to fill in the gaps. So.
Oh, jeez. Come on now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some research into this. This is a thing.
Yep.
Oh, this article's from back in 2008. I'm gonna have to.
I'm sure there's an updated one because I just heard about it. I heard about it, I think, on Fox News or something.
Yeah, Casey says FreightWave says container traffic out of China to the U.S. fell off a cliff. Yeah, I was reading that before we went live today. Not what you want to hear. From the sounds of the FreightWaves article, July is going to be a tough month. It's July and August. They're not looking favorably upon it. So,
just imagine if you were going to go on, some of these families, if they're going to go on vacation or God forbid have an RV or something, the fuel cost that it's going to cost to go do something, go to the beach. You got the hotel stays went up, the fuel costs went up. What used to maybe only cost you like for a weekend to go to the beach, $500-600, buy a bunch of stuff. It would cost you like $1,200 to go to the beach for the weekend.
Not this guy. I go sit in my backyard.
Well, you got a little farther way to go for the beach out there, so
I go stomp in a mud puddle. Be happy.
Take some of those secluded ice fishing trips.
Oh. Rick in Texas says, I heard JB Hunt sets a May trailer with a pole. Wait a minute. Sets a trailer with a pole in the middle of the trailer. You can also get a CDL discount.
Have you been seeing JB Hunt like hauling weird stuff, like have dump trailers and stuff?
Yeah, flatbeds.
Scrap and stuff.
I didn't know it. I got a friend that got on a they haul live birds, chickens, and turkeys. That's one of their major accounts.
What?
Yeah, they got special trailers for it and everything.
Now, you know, whatever they're doing, you gotta start copying.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Oh man, what time we got here? 11:30. Damn it, boy. Might be time to go to bed. Although, it's a good time for an all-nighter too. You guys are hanging in. I can hang in. Oh, Rim.
Yeah, I saw some of the comments down below. They're eating this stuff up.
I'm at the bottom. Here's where I'm at the end. Is there more comments? I'm RimLaTube 499 super
Sure,
sticker.
saw a bunch.
I appreciate it. My chat is not, for some reason, folks. My chat is being jumpy and it's not keeping up. So I apologize for that. If I'm missing a whole bunch of
Just
stuff.
super stickers, everybody. Super chats.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
I want 10%.
Like to see the free gifts to Hollywood elites be depleted. Yeah, I mean, if anything good is going to come of this, could we get like I don't know, who's like one of the worst Hollywood elites?
What's her name? The girl from that stupid witch show.
Don't you dare talk bad about Alyssa Milano.
Is that who it is?
Oh, come on now. Can we? There's got to be somebody worse than that.
Look, what are you saying? You're saying she's too good looking.
Well, I mean, come on, man's got to.
Could you really sit next to that every night and listen to it? Come on.
Keep her
You'd
mouth
be putting
shut.
the pillows. You'd be putting the pillow over it.
Yeah. I mean, we need some of these Hollywood elites to have to eat, crackers and peanut butter for a good solid 3 months. Live like the rest of us. Not be able to pay their utility bill. Put gas in their car.
I heard that some of the ones that used to live like us are the ones that are worse.
I mean, I'm not saying if I got $50 million tomorrow that I'd keep living the same way. Don't get me wrong, but
I would say if I had $50 million 3 years ago and $50 million the way I have it now, I'd say I would probably make a lot different choices on what I buy and what I do.
I'd like to think it wouldn't change me all that much. I'd probably just do more of what I am. Like,
I would, well, if
speak my
anything,
mind.
if you asked me 10 years ago what I would do if I won $50 million and what I would do today, I would say probably more invest in undepreciating asset than, buy a $3 million house that I have to pay, $30,000 a year for on taxes and
I would stay right where I'm at.
Electrical.
I'd be right where I'm at. I would just do more. I would put a good
Spruce
deal
the
more
place
money.
up a bit.
Yeah, into being self-sufficient and homesteading and try to make it so.
Maybe call up that bunker company in Texas.
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
I love that.
That's all I've ever wanted.
or you just buy one of these. I went past some of these silos out here. I don't know if there's anything in them.
Yeah, I don't know. Skip says, research companies that are solid and essential and get a company driver job with a nice sign-on bonus. Yeah, are sign-on? They still paying big old fat sign-on bonuses? I don't even know.
When I keep hearing it, get with a company job, you're going to be safe, you're going to be safe, you're going to be safe. I've been with a few company jobs where I thought the same thing, you're going to be safe, and next thing you know, you're kicked to the curb, or you start getting treated like trash. And
you never know.
The only thing I would say that a company job offers you better is a W-2, and then when you go to the bank to ask for a loan for your side-by-side or your Chevy pickup truck that you want to buy, they usually give you the loan a little bit easier.
That's true.
That's about the only thing I've ever found with it.
People.
I know a lot of companies.
There's going to be trucking.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm
not trying to say the end of the world. We're just talking. We're
talking
smack. We're truckers talking trucker stuff.
Yeah,
that was the title.
Right. I guess we're stipulating on how bad it could get, so prepare for it. That's all, I guess.
Sterling says, "At what point does crackers become cat food?" I don't know, there, Sterling. You're gonna have to ask Cash on that one. Jeez. I thought that was so February
Is he still here,
2023.
Cash, or he probably went? He
I
probably
think
got
he's in
loaded
bed.
delivered.
He's
Yeah,
in bed.
he likes to
He's
do those 20
He's home.
stop loads. Oh, he's home.
Yeah. Rose McGowan. Is that the one you're thinking of? From the Witch Show? Rose McGowan?
Maybe. I think the only way I could describe her any better is she was the one with the big. Yeah.
Take your pick. Alyssa
You know,
Milano was on Who's the
I
Boss?
always been partial to Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Aha, now you're talking my language. My
Yeah.
wife would hate to hear you say that. I have 3 words for you, sir. The client list. Have you ever seen
I'd
it?
have to also say if oh yeah, the client, yeah. I'd have to say though, I grew up in the area of Hit Me Baby One More Time, so I'd have to say Britney Spears, but she looks a little ragged though, right?
Yeah. Rick in Texas says,
You get to see a lot more
Rob
though of
Reiner.
her then.
Yeah, Rob Reiner. We'd like to see him eating cat food like the rest of us. 2 for 1 says 50 million in passive income and borrowing against appreciating assets. Income only lifestyle. Just saying. Hey, that's what we're trying to set it up. We ain't quite to 50 million, but we got a little ways to go.
Do you play around with rentals?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, well.
It's not exciting. There's not a lot to talk about.
Before coronavirus, I'd say that was your best bet for wealth building. There is real estate and stuff. Take the asset or the money that you're making with trucking and invest it in a less depreciating asset, I guess. But now with coronavirus, that whole little thing changed. I don't know. When the government can just come in and say you don't have to get paid anymore. Just good
your
luck.
business doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I'd be like, I would say if we did that 20 years ago, it would be like, hey, your government doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, I got a lot of thoughts on that, but family show. Tom says a lot of trucking companies still offering sign-on bonuses. Okay, good deal. $3,000 to $6,000. He says.
Have you heard about the sign-on bonuses for recruiting drivers? Some of the crazy ones I've heard about.
I know there's people on YouTube that are constantly recruiting for one company or another. One month this company's the best thing ever, and then 2 months later they're a bag of crap.
I know a very good company that starts with an R, like that I've heard all about that crazy crap going on. Yeah.
I just wonder if in 2 months they'll be trash.
I feel bad about that because I actually kind of at one time earlier on in my career I looked up to that person very, very much, sort of, and now I'm like,
I can honestly say I know nothing about them. I just hear things. My YouTube experience is very narrow. There's very little that I watch. I like to watch people that I like even smaller, like you and Sterling. I like watching your guys' videos. Cash.
Yeah, mine are too. That I don't know. I've been trying to make them kind of like decent now, but
I don't care. I like people that are real. Like when I watch your videos and Sterling videos, I know that I'm watching you. Like you're not putting on a show. And I know it's like you're just saying what you think. That's kind of what
I'll tell you when I'm about to go bankrupt. I don't care. I'll be like, hey, can we start sending me some super chats? I need some cams.
Yeah, you better get monetized soon so you can get them super chats.
Yeah,
shoot. Both feet says just passed an Albertsons truck that said 5,000 sign-on bonus. Those might be good. I tell you what though, that's a young man's job. Slinging groceries.
How long do they stretch those bonuses out for, and what are the stipulations?
I don't know.
You got to get 10 miles a gallon too the whole time.
I imagine you got to be safe, not have an accident, be compliant.
So when you drop that one box of ice cream cone, then it just break. There goes your 5,000.
Then it's just a multi-piece ice cream cone set. You can charge more money for it.
Custom.
Yeah, there you go. Abdi says live below your means and you should do all right. Yeah, that's good strategy for life in general.
The problem though is you're making 10 times as much more and now having to live below your means.
I live much more below my means. I'm gonna be living outside.
Yeah. You're gonna pack up. You're gonna pack up and put your stuff in storage and get in the truck.
I'll be living in my freaking tree stand in the woods.
Deers are gonna be scared about that.
Yeah, 2 for 1 says, "Own nothing and be happy," as the ruling class likes to say.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
aren't you
Yeah.
hearing that more and more? Aren't you hearing that more and more?
Hey, have you heard about that new car company? Oh, I gotta find it. I just found it the other day where you rent the car for, well, you lease. I guess it's kind of like a lease, but not really because you can get rid of it anytime. But it's like for like a Chevy Spark, it's $500 a month, and they take care of insurance and everything. All you do is put fuel in it.
I have kind of a theory on. That's not a theory, but it's kind of the way things are going in general in the economy. We're changing from an ownership society to an access society. Especially young people, they don't want to own anything anymore. Like home ownership isn't such a big thing. Car ownership isn't as big a thing.
Well, that's because we regulated that stuff into it's so
well, they just want
taxes and
access.
regulation. Yeah, they think they'll give up all that taxes and regulation to be renting it.
Well, and
they
it's
don't
kind
want
of
those problems.
It's kind of a burden to them. They want to, live their life and be mobile. They don't want to be tied down. They make payments on cell phones. You never really own too many things.
Yeah, I can't.
Leasing cars.
I got my good old Motorola over here.
You do that too? I get them direct from Motorola.com.
Yeah, that's what I did. Yeah.
Yep. Skip says the Shanghai boats are supposed to start showing up in 90 days. I have not heard that. I think it will be good when Shanghai opens and starts, fully doing business again. I have no idea on the timetable on that.
Who's going to be able to afford to buy the stuff?
Well, maybe them containers will be full of money. Chinese yuan. Sterling says he keeps his fake videos to his OnlyFans account. Sterling, drop a link to your OnlyFans account. I kind of want to see that, but I kind of don't. Why are mega carriers always buying new trucks? Because it's depreciating.
Didn't he say he didn't have no panties on earlier?
He did.
You sure you want to settle?
I retract that last statement. Take that all back. We're a subscription-based society. Yeah, there's nothing I hate more than a monthly fee. I either want to pay it all up front once a year, or I want to own it. I cannot stand a monthly fee.
The only time I'm okay with it is if it actually brings value and they actually update, like, it actually pays for another service on top of it, that they'll actually keep track of what they're doing. And
like what, though? Where do we get that from?
Like
software now. A lot of software you can't even buy. You have to do the monthly or yearly subscription. I hate that. Like, I want to own it.
I'd say there's some there's some TMS is it TPMSs or TMSs? There's some of them that are decent, that you basically pay for the keep it operating at peak and I guess re-engineer it to make it better.
Yeah. I still hate that monthly charge. I hate somebody hitting my bank account every month.
Yeah. Trying to think, like I got Google Business just to have the .com, so I look more professional, and it went from only being like $12 to $15 to now it's up to like $60 a month. Oof. Over the last like 3 years, and I just can't see having it anymore just to look professional, unless I actually had like 4 or 5 trucks or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna end up dropping that and just going back to whatever .com, or Google, Google
Gmail or whatever.
Gmail, yeah. So
yeah.
And then I got rid of truck. I've been looking between Truck Stop and DAT. And to get the same value you have out of DAT out of Truck Stop, you got to pay like $120 a month for it. And I'm just seeing usually the same damn loads anyway, so I ended up nexting that. Just didn't seem.
Yeah, there's so many duplicates now.
Yeah, it just didn't seem worth it to have it.
I pay for DAT. That's the only load board.
That's all I pay for now too, really. And that and a few little odd and end ones that are free or something, or app based.
Yeah, and I try hard not to book my loads off of DAT, but I obviously you need it sometimes, and plus it's a good reference point to know. Okay,
Know the market, yeah.
if I'm talking right to my Robinson rep and we're talking about this load, while we're on the phone with him, I'll go right to DAT and see what everybody else is paying on that lane, and if he's $500 higher, we're gonna do business. Or if I see, hey, he's $300 lower, it's it can be a little bit of a bargaining chip, and it's a good reference point. Uh, yeah, that's a good point too. For one, it's not that they don't want appreciating assets; most of them can't afford it. That's true too. Six-figure salaries, living in the van life in Cali. Yeah, I heard one time that like the poverty line in San Francisco. San Francisco is a ridiculously expensive city. They said there's people making $300,000 a year living at the poverty line. That's just stupid as a society. With both feet says I can only go live when I run the generator in the shop twice a week. Maybe I'd live out there.
Well, I would say if you think about it, especially now that I've seen like around where I live, I noticed that my property taxes have gone up substantially, and I could see like most people with a decent normal middle class job can afford probably a $1,500, maybe a $2,000 a month mortgage. Between interest rates going up, between the cost of living going up, and all that, I don't think that most average middle class people are getting a 30 or 40% pay increase.
No,
no. In fact, a lot of the companies I noticed have either cut hours, did hiring freezes.
Mm-hmm.
So I just can't see it getting.
That's where side gigs have become so popular. Online side hustles and
you're talking about like YouTube.
TikTok,
Uber,
and, Uber
like
and DoorDash.
that.
Everything.
I would say Uber to me is like getting like a lease. I don't know, like a lease purchase with Swift or something. That's the way I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't really know how the financials of it work. I don't really know. How long before bringing up property taxes? How long before people are theoretically taxed out of their properties? The government's going to come crying poverty.
Well, did you hear
eventually.
about the deal the government did with the landlords on the property for I don't know if it was for taxes or just for the whole, that they were actually subsidizing landlords?
No, I have not heard of this.
Yeah, supposedly they've been subsidizing some landlords. I don't know what size or how often or who got in on it, but they've been subsidizing them. And pretty much the thing was, it was almost kind of like well, not really like the student loans, but basically like when you ended up having to sell the property, or let's say you died and it was supposed to get transferred over to your family member or something, the government already has like a predetermined value that they're able to buy the property out for and take it. So if they appreciate it to a certain amount or whatever, they can come in and basically take that asset for themselves at a lower cost, and then I guess do whatever they want with it. I don't know.
No, I've heard nothing about this. Interesting. Not a good thing. I don't know. With both feet says there's a lot of high schoolers now that don't want to get their driver's licenses.
Yep, I've been hearing that too.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. It seems odd to me. And I couldn't wait to get my driver's license.
Oh God, it meant a lot to me. I'll tell you that. That back seat got used a lot.
For storage, right?
Yeah, for storage. You gotta really jam it. Gotta really jam it in there.
Oh gosh.
It was an '86 Olds Cutlass. You put the front seats down.
Oh, yeah. We used to rock one of them.
Yeah, bench seat. Yeah.
Well, my friend, 4 hours. This is the longest live
Yeah,
stream I've ever done.
it's a little bit young, lower for me. Like I said, I'm on mountain time, so
Oh, I see. It's finally dark there.
yeah, finally.
So once we wrap up this live stream, you're gonna go make some real money in the parking lot.
I'm not that talented.
Do they have a lot lizard index too, in addition to the stripper index?
The last time I've seen one, I think there's 2 places I've seen one in like the last 10 years of me driving. One was out in Ontario, California, and the other one was at a Pilot or Flying J, I think, out in like near Louisiana. And the one, oh God, I don't even know if you want to qualify them as human beings, but
Oh, Albuquerque was all. You'd always find them in Albuquerque. Anywhere where it's warm out at night. And all
you
year
know what
round.
though? If you say Albuquerque, I could see that. But then again, what comes to mind when you say Albuquerque, I just think of all them trafficking, so human trafficking.
Oh, there's a lot of that go on in Albuquerque.
That's the way I would think of it, because just how it's proximity
I-40.
and
Yeah.
and everything.
Huh.
So
Yeah, it might be. It might be. But I don't even know, is that even a thing anymore? No idea. But they got to be hurting too. All that money's going in the fuel tanks. You're gonna cut into your lot lizard budget. Just saying. And will they even
they're driving around?
Will they even take a comm check? These things, I don't know.
Charge cards, maybe?
Yeah.
Carry around a little.
Yep. Sterling says West Memphis. Yeah, that was always a good one too. They're
Oh
always
yeah,
they were always on the CB there.
I know in Florida you got was it Cherry Blossom or something Blossom, Honey Blossom Trail or something like that. They used to always be on.
Oh.
Used to be like Hooker Alley.
Really?
Yeah.
Where was I? Mississippi or Louisiana one time. This girl knocked on my door. I look out. She's standing there holding a clipboard, acting like asking me. I'm like, "What the hell are you doing?" She's like, "Well, if I have this clipboard, nobody bothers me. They think I'm like doing something official. So I stand here with a clipboard, and the cops don't bother
me." She got
I'm
some
like,
good brains. Yeah.
Freaking brilliant. What the hell are you doing out here?
Yep.
You could have a real job. Probably don't pay as much, but whatever. Yeah, Abdi says Flying J on 20 in Dallas. Yeah, anywhere where it's warm out. But well, I tell you what. Let's go ahead and wrap this up, huh?
Yeah, gonna leave on a good note. How about you say something? We got something good to say about this industry.
Somebody's got to see the background. They want to see the fuel prices here. Here, let me get out of the way. You're gonna see what the fuel prices are on the pump here.
Oh, at least you have pants on.
This time. There you go. An arm and a leg, or both. Yeah, I've almost made that mistake. There you go. That's how much expensive diesel is.
That was the good note.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Thanks for for stopping in. Take care. Thanks for everybody for hanging in there.
Yep. Check out my channel. You can watch me go bankrupt. Yep.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk to you later, everybody. Thanks.
All right. I'll see you.